Chapter 29:53. Fire Lotus glanced at the Devil's Land and smiled bitterly. No matter how many spirit veins and crystal veins there are, it's useless, it can't hold them all. Then give it to the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang laughed. Indeed. The spirit veins and crystal veins of the Devil's Land had long reached a saturated state. But the Black Tortoise world was not just the Devil's Land. There was also the East Domain, North Domain, and South Domain. This time, the greatest credit for defeating the dragons was not him and the Man-Man, nor was it the castle or the slaughter zone, but the creatures of the Black Tortoise world. It was them who provided a large amount of blood that allowed the slaughter zone to stack to the level of a sovereign divine weapon. It was also their combined efforts that broke the seal of the castle. So, they were the ones who should be thanked the most. Fire Lotus chuckled. Now your prestige in the Black Tortoise world has surpassed Pai Lupi and the others. Is that so? Qin Feiyang was surprised. While you were fighting outside, they were also watching from inside until the end of the battle. Watching you risk your life for the ancient world, for the people of the world, they are full of respect for you in their hearts. Fire Lotus said. Watching the battle the whole time? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. When we asked them to help break the seal of the castle, they made a request, which was to watch the entire battle. At that time, the situation was critical, so Little Brat agreed to them. Fire Lotus said. So it's like that. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Actually, this is also good. In the past, they only knew that there was someone like you in the Black Tortoise world, but they didn't know much about you. But now, after this battle, they have a new understanding of you. And they know what kind of person you are. So this can be considered a good thing. Fire Lotus laughed. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Lotus said. Then you can give them the crystal veins and soul lines yourself. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly as he scanned the surroundings and said, Friends, I'm Qin Feiyang. Immediately, this voice reverberated in the minds of every living being in the Black Tortoise world. This is the Lord Ruler's voice. In an instant, everyone was boiling with excitement. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Qin Feiyang's voice sounded again. Quiet, quiet. Listen to the Lord Ruler. Everyone quieted down. In an instant, the entire Black Tortoise world fell into a dead silence. You may not have heard of dragons in the past, but I believe that you all know about them now. They are the rulers of the ancient world, and have been for countless years. But they are tyrannical, cruel, and heartless. They view all living beings as ants, causing the entire ancient world to be in an abyss of suffering. In the face of such a rule, how can we sit back and do nothing? Although I, Qin Feiyang, also kill people like trees, in my eyes, whether it is humans or beasts, they have always been equal. There is no noble or lowly. So, I want to help the living beings of the ancient world. But the dragons are too strong, so strong that even I can only despair. But I am not afraid. Because I have a backer, and this backer is you. Thank you? Thank you very much. Because it was you who helped me defeat the dragons, it was you who brought peace to the ancient world, and it was also you who have always supported me, helped me, and protected the common people of this world. I, Qin Feiyang, hereby promise that as long as I am here, the Black Tortoise world will always be peaceful. You are all my family, and I will protect you with my life. Qin Feiyang did not say these words very loudly, and could even be said to be very calm, but all living beings were incomparably moved. There was only one word in their hearts now, and that was worth it. They were also very lucky to have such a ruler. Qin Feiyang gently waved his hand, and all the crystal veins and spirit veins instantly disappeared from the sky above the Devil's Land. In the next moment, these spirit veins and crystal veins appeared in every corner of the Black Tortoise world. This is a small token of my appreciation. But I hope that there will be no snatching or embezzlement. Because these spirit veins and crystal veins do not belong to anyone, and are the common property of everyone in the Black Tortoise world. I hope that everyone can put aside their selfishness and grudges, and let the Black Tortoise world continue to be peaceful. We will be united, and we will not be separated. Whether we know them or not, whether they are humans or beasts, we will all treat them as our family. I really do not hope that our Black Tortoise world will become the next ancient world. I beg of everyone here. This is not only my, Qin Feiyang's home, but also your home. In the future, let us protect this home together, okay? Qin Feiyang said in a sincere tone. Lord Ruler is right, the Black Tortoise world is our common home. No matter who it is, they are our compatriots. We must work together to protect this home. That's right. Everyone saw the disaster of the ancient world with their own eyes. A war, blood stained the earth, and the ones who suffered were the innocent people. So, we must protect the Black Tortoise world and cherish everything we have now. Everyone spoke one after another. Compared to the people of the ancient world, they were much luckier. For example, the spirit veins and crystal veins had always been given to them by Qin Feiyang, and he had never taken the initiative to look for them. Thank you again, everyone. I wish everyone a happy life in the future. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he looked at Fire Lotus and smiled. What a group of cute people. Yes. The living beings of this land are worthy of our protection. Fire Lotus smiled and asked, what about the western regions? What should we do now? The western regions. Qin Feiyang pondered and did not say a word. Right now, there is still a lot of blood in the western regions. Why don't we just use the western regions to store blood in the future? Fire Lotus asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, you can do as you see fit. But as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feiyang regretted it. Why did he regret it? Because by saying that, it was equivalent to tying Fire Lotus to the Black Tortoise world. One had to know. Fire Lotus was the palace master of the Nine Heavens Palace. She had her duties. He couldn't be so selfish and keep Fire Lotus in the Black Tortoise world forever. Qin Feiyang asked tentatively, girl, now that the dragons have been destroyed, what are your plans? Fire Lotus said, what other plans can I have? Let's just continue. How? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Fire Lotus said, just like usual. Let's just live like this. Qin Feiyang understood. This girl had no intention of leaving the Black Tortoise world at all. Qin Dage, are you trying to chase me away? Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, I just want to say, after all, you are the palace master of the Nine Heavens Palace. Now that the battle is over, shouldn't you go back and take a look? Aren't you trying to chase me away? Fire Lotus pursed her lips. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, I really didn't. I'm more than happy that you can stay, but I can't be so selfish. Fire Lotus shook her head and smiled. To be honest, it's time to go back and take a look. Then let's leave immediately? Qin Feiyang said. Fire Lotus was stunned and said, why are you in such a hurry? It's not me who's in a hurry, it's the people of the 4 major regions who are in a hurry. Think about it, it's been a year. Those who moved to the 4 major domains must be looking forward to it. Qin Feiyang smiled. You're always thinking about others. Instead, you keep delaying your own matters. Fire Lotus shook her head. What can I do? Qin Feiyang smiled. Of course. The battle is over. Shouldn't you consider giving the mermaid girl a status? Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. She's following you without any complaints. You can't let her down. Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess residence and nodded with a smile. Yes, it's time to give her a status. The 4 major domains. Just as Qin Feiyang thought, those who moved to the 4 major domains were looking forward to it every day. There were even many people who took root by the sea and looked in the direction of the divine land all day long. At the same time, the people of the 4 major domains, such as Shangguan Fenglan, the pavilion master of the treasure school, and the first elder, all knew about the battle between Qin Feiyang and the dragons. They were also looking forward to it. 9th Heaven Palace. It's been a year. Why hasn't there been any news? The first elder stood at the top of the mountain below the stairway to heaven, looking at the sea of dragons with a worried face. You have to come here several times a day. Are you tired? Elder Wei looked at him speechlessly. Aren't you worried at all? The first elder frowned. What should I be worried about? I'm not like you. I don't have a grandson in the divine land. Elder Wei said lightly. You're too heartless. Little Lunatic is my grandson, so he's also your grandson. Can't you care about him? The first elder said angrily. You're wrong. When can you share your grandson? Elder Wei pursed his lips. You old bastard! The first elder glared at him. Why are you still scolding me? Elder Wei said angrily. Scolding you is too light. Don't you know how Little Lunatic and Qin Feiyang treat our ninth heaven realm? I've never seen someone as heartless as you. The first elder snorted. Are you really anxious? Elder Wei was stunned. How can I not be anxious? The first elder said. Okay, it's my fault. Elder Wei shook his head helplessly and said, Actually, you don't have to worry. They'll be fine. How can you be sure that they'll be fine? The first elder frowned. Think about it. If they really died in the battle, will the dragons let us go? Even if they let us go, they won't let the people of the divine land go. But look, the dragons haven't sent anyone here yet. What does this mean? It means that the battle may not be over yet. It's also possible that the dragons have died. Elder Wei said. It's been a year. How can it not be over yet? As for the dragon's death, if the dragons are really dead, why haven't Qin Feiyang and the others come back yet? The first elder frowned. Maybe. Elder Wei was about to speak when he suddenly looked up at the sky with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Then, a smile crept onto his face and he said, They're back now. They're back? The first elder was stunned. He quickly looked up and his face was full of joy. Chapter 2954. In the sky above, a mighty divine power emerged out of thin air. Clang! Following that, accompanied by a deafening noise, a stone door appeared, and two figures walked out side by side. Who else could it be but Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus? First Elder and Elder Wei hurriedly went up to greet them. Long time no see. How have you been? Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said with a smile. Looking at these two old men, he felt extremely close to them. Elder Wei shook his head and said, We're doing very well. We don't have to worry about food and clothing. You, on the other hand, made us worry for a whole year. Cut the crap. Who won the battle between you and the dragons? First Elder asked. This? Qin Feiyang looked at First Elder and stammered. On the side, Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. What was there to hesitate about? Say it, First Elder urged. Looking at Qin Feiyang's reaction, Elder Wei could not help but panic. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed softly, and a trace of sadness crept up between his eyebrows. Looking at this scene, Elder Wei and Elder Wei's eyelids suddenly twitched. Look, it's Qin Feiyang. He's back from Divine Land. The sound of the space-time gate alarmed many people. When everyone rushed over and saw that it was actually Qin Feiyang, they could not help but be excited. A year ago, when the people of Divine Land moved to the 4 major regions, everyone already knew what Qin Feiyang was doing in Divine Land. This was a magnificent feat, an existence worthy of admiration. Qin Feiyang! It's really him! More and more people came. Those who were squatting on the coast also swarmed over. They were all from Divine Land. In just 100 breaths, this place became a sea of people. So many people came so quickly? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This means that you have a great influence now. Fire Lotus transmitted with a smile. She had been wearing a mask all this time, and her aura was also concealed. That was why the First Elder and Old Wei didn't recognize her. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. What the hell are you doing? Why are you still hesitating? Fire Lotus looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang chuckled and said, I just wanted to play with the feeling of my heartbeat. Ugh! Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. How old are you? Why are you still so childish? It's really him. Shangguan Fenglan had also come, and so had all the elders. Regardless of whether they used to hate Qin Feiyang or like Qin Feiyang, they all had joyful smiles on their faces at this moment. Because now, they all knew that Qin Feiyang was fighting with the dragons in the Divine Land. Just this point alone was worthy of their respect. Why is it only the two of you? Shangguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus and asked. This? Qin Feiyang was still hemming and hawing. Seeing this, everyone present, like the first elder and Old Wei, felt their hearts skip a beat. Qin Feiyang, say something! What's the situation in the Divine Land now? Can we still go back? The people of the Divine Land couldn't wait any longer and roared. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed, bent down, and lowered his head. I'm sorry, I've let everyone down. What? Hearing this, everyone's expression froze. Did he fail? The first elder asked. What about Lunatic? Senior brother Lunatic. Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, he also died in battle. The first elder suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning, and his body shook violently. Old Wei quickly stepped forward to support the first elder. Only Fire Lotus and I escaped, the others all died in battle. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I didn't protect everyone. Qin Feiyang wept bitterly. You're too into the role. Fire Lotus looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Then what should we do now? The dragons are still the rulers of the ancient world, we can never go back. The people of the Divine Land couldn't help but look at the Divine Land, their faces full of sadness. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Qin Feiyang blamed himself. What about Hui? Shangguan Fenglan asked. Qin Feiyang looked at Shangguan Fenglan and sighed. He also died in battle. Shangguan Fenglan's eyes trembled, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. Qin Dage, it seems that she really has feelings for Hui. Fire Lotus looked at Shangguan Fenglan and transmitted her voice. Yes. Qin Feiyang replied secretly. Fire Lotus rolled her eyes and transmitted her voice. Qin Dage, I have an idea. What is it? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Hui was worried that his identity would be exposed and Shangguan Fenglan wouldn't accept him. We might as well play a little trick now and poke a hole in this layer of window paper. Fire Lotus said secretly. Qin Feiyang heard this, pondered for a while, and transmitted his voice. If we can really help Hui, it's a good thing. Okay, you plan it, I'll cooperate with you. Okay. Fire Lotus responded secretly, looked at Shangguan Fenglan, and sighed. Before Hui died, no one mentioned him, except for you. What did he say? Shangguan Fenglan looked at Fire Lotus with tears in her eyes. He said, it's a pity that he couldn't give you a happy home in this life. He said that he let you down. If there is an afterlife, he will definitely protect you well. Fire Lotus said. Yes. Qin Feiyang also nodded and said, he died in my arms. Even in death, he has always been thinking about you. He told me that he really wanted to see you one last time, but, don't say it, don't say it. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head, she was already in tears. Elder Wei had just comforted the first elder, and hurriedly went forward to comfort Shangguan Fenglan. Because Shangguan Fenglan was his disciple. And he had always treated her like a daughter. And he also knew Hu Yi's true identity. Originally, he was still thinking about how to solve this matter. Because he knew this disciple, if she knew that Hu Yi was the deputy palace master, it would definitely be difficult for her to accept it. But he didn't expect that now he would receive bad news about Hu Yi. Fire Lotus sighed and said, there's one more thing he asked us to tell you. What is it? Shangguan Fenglan's eyes were dull. Fire Lotus said, he wants us to apologize to you on his behalf. He has nothing to be sorry about. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head. He has. He hid his identity from you. Fire Lotus said. What's his identity? Shangguan Fenglan was stunned and looked at Fire Lotus suspiciously. Fire Lotus said. His identity is the Deputy Palace Master of Nine Heavens Palace, Yi Xiaoyao. What? Hui is our Deputy Palace Master? What's going on? Isn't he the Deputy Palace Master's disciple? The people of Nine Heavens Palace were suddenly in a commotion. Especially the first elder and the others, their faces were filled with disbelief. That's right. Hui is your Deputy Palace Master. Elder Wei has long known about this, Fire Lotus said. The first elder turned to stare at Elder Wei and asked, Elder Wei, is this true? Master. Shangguan Fenglan also raised her head and looked at Elder Wei. Not only them, but all the people of Nine Heavens Palace present were looking at Elder Wei at this moment. Elder Wei glanced at everyone, nodded and sighed. It's true. How can it be the Deputy Palace Master? This must be a dream. Everyone shook their heads. Some even roared. The fall of the Palace Master back then had already brought a devastating disaster to Nine Heavens Palace. Now that even the Deputy Palace Master had died in battle, what would happen to Nine Heavens Palace in the future? So, they couldn't accept this matter. Fire Lotus looked at everyone in grief and transmitted her voice. Qin Dage, have we gone too far? Qin Feiyang looked at everyone, gritted his teeth, and transmitted his voice. For Hui's happiness, continue. All right. Fire Lotus secretly responded. Looking at Shangguan Fenglan, she said, Although he lied to you, his feelings for you are real. He said please forgive him. Then why didn't he tell me earlier? Shangguan Fenglan roared. He was afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept him after knowing, so he kept it a secret. He was also afraid of losing you. Qin Feiyang sighed. Shangguan Fenglan smiled sadly and shook her head. It's too late to say anything now. Then, have you forgiven him? Fire Lotus asked. He's already dead, what's the point of being calculative? Shangguan Fenglan shook her head. Fire Lotus asked. Then are you still willing to be with him? If he's not dead, I'm willing. Shangguan Fenglan murmured. Really? Fire Lotus said. Shangguan Fenglan nodded, her expression incomparably lonely. Fire Lotus laughed. You will definitely be happy to hear this. Can he hear it? He can hear it. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head, turned around and walked towards the sky stairway, her back view looking incomparably desolate. Great Elder and the others also had a mournful look on their faces. Great Elder, you have to pull yourself together. The Palace Master and Deputy Palace Master are both gone, you are the pillar of our Nine Heavens Palace. The disciples below shouted. Pillar. Great Elder shook his head and smiled sadly. Honor. But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the void. Shangguan Fenglan's delicate body trembled. This voice, Great Elder, Elder Wei, and everyone in Nine Heavens Palace immediately looked towards the direction of the voice. They saw that there was suddenly an additional person beside Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. Who else could this person be but Hui? Hui? No. It's the Deputy Palace Master. What's going on? Didn't Qin Feiyang say that the Deputy Palace Master is dead? Why did he appear? Could it be a ghost? Everyone was bewildered. Hui ignored everyone, stepped onto the sky stairway, and quickly ran behind Shangguan Fenglan, saying, Honor, I heard everything, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lied to you, I should have told you my identity long ago. Shangguan Fenglan's body and mind trembled. That's right. This was his voice. The tears in her eyes suddenly couldn't stop gushing out. Seeing his beloved woman not turning around, Hui was at a loss for a moment. Hurry up and act. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. How do we act? Hui was puzzled. You always say that I'm a block of wood, but I think you're the real block of wood. Hug. Qin Feiyang was secretly annoyed. Hug? Hui was taken aback and secretly said, Will this work? Even if it doesn't work, it has to work. Whether or not it works depends on now. Qin Feiyang said. All right. Hui gritted his teeth and reached out to hug Shangguan Fenglan from behind. Shangguan Fenglan's delicate body trembled again. I'm sorry. I've made you sad? Hui blamed himself. Let go of me, you liar, you actually lied to me. Shangguan Fenglan struggled hard. I won't let go for the rest of my life. Hui shook his head and hugged her tightly. Since it was already like this, he didn't care if the other party was angry. Chapter 2955. Hearing Hui's confession, Shangguan Fenglan could not help but secretly rejoice. But her face became colder and colder, and she said angrily, Let go! I won't. What if you run away? Hui shook his head like a rattledrum. I won't run. Shangguan Fenglan said helplessly. I don't believe it. Hui said. Don't make me angry. Shangguan Fenglan shouted. You're cute when you're angry. Hui chuckled. You're so mushy. I didn't expect the Vice Palace Master to have such a terrifying side. What do you know? This is the power of love. Goosebumps appeared on everyone's skin. Hurry up and let go. So many people are watching. What a scandal. Shangguan Fenglan was really anxious. Especially when there were many disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace here. How could she face them in the future? Let's just watch. We're open and above board. What are you afraid of? Hui simply displayed his shameless spirit. You're not afraid, but I am. Shangguan Fenglan was burning with anxiety. But Hui's cultivation was strong. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break free. She was angry and happy at the same time. She asked, Then why did you lie to me? Didn't Qin Feiyang and the others just say that they were afraid that you wouldn't accept me after I confessed to you? So they kept it from you. Hui said. That's not what I'm talking about. Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. Then what are you talking about? Hui was suspicious. What I'm talking about is, why did you let them lie to me that you're dead? Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. I really didn't ask them to do this. They made the decision behind our backs. I swear, if there's even half a lie, I'll be struck by lightning. Hui said. Shut up. Nothing, why are you swearing? Shangguan Fenglan reprimanded. Hee, you feel sorry for me? Hui said with a smile. No. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head. Forgive me, I promise, I won't lie to you again. Hui said. Then let me go first. Shangguan Fenglan said. No. Hui shook his head. If you keep doing this, I'll really get angry. Don't come looking for me in the future. Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. When Hui heard this, he quickly let go of his hand. Shangguan Fenglan tidied up her messy clothes and turned to look at Hui. Looking at this familiar face, her eyes couldn't help but tear up. Don't cry. I'm a little afraid. Hui looked at her in panic. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Hui's helpless appearance, and couldn't help but laugh. So beautiful. Hui was stunned. Shangguan Fenglan's cheeks reddened, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Hui. You really don't know? Yes. Hui nodded. Then, he glared at Qin Feiyang and Lin Ming and angrily said, It's all because they made the decision on their own. They tricked you into shedding so many tears. Have some conscience. Fire Lotus rolled her eyes. Hui smiled embarrassedly, then looked at Shangguan Fenglan and said, Lan'er, when are we getting married? Get married? Shangguan Fenglan was stunned. Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were also stunned. Although one had to strike while the iron was hot, this was too fast. Cough, cough. Suddenly, there was a dry cough. Everyone looked at Elder Wei. Deputy Palace Master, you're no longer a child. Can you pay attention to your impression? Besides, Fenglan is this old man's disciple. Shouldn't she get my consent first? Elder Wei looked at Hui and said, You still need to get your consent? You old man, are you tired of living? You even dare to meddle in my affairs? Hui raised his eyebrows. How can you talk to my master like that? Shangguan Fenglan frowned. I'm joking, don't be angry. You know, I've always talked to him like this. Actually, I respect him in my heart. Hui quickly smiled apologetically. Shangguan Fenglan looked at him helplessly. Hui stepped forward, wiped the tears on Shangguan Fenglan's cheeks, and said, "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to lie to you. It's all in the past." Shangguan Fenglan shook her head. Someone said, "Excuse me, are you really the deputy palace master?" Hui stood on the sky stairway, looked at the disciples below, and said, "It's the real deal." After saying that, he took a facial restoration pill, and quickly restored his true appearance. "It's really you. Haven't you been fooling around all day?" The great elder immediately said angrily. "Cough, cough. Can you leave me some face?" Hui coughed dryly. "You still want face?" The great elder was furious. Hui chuckled, then his face turned solemn, and said, "The joke has been made, and Lanner has also forgiven me. Now I'll tell you all a great news." "What good news?" Everyone was suspicious. "We won. In the current ancient realm, there are no more dragons." Hui shouted loudly. "What? Won?" Everyone was stunned and couldn't help but look at Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. "I'm sorry, I was indeed joking with everyone just now." Qin Feiyang first smiled apologetically and said, "We really won. Friends of the Divine Land, you can go back at any time." "Really?" Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. "It's absolutely true." Qin Feiyang nodded. Everyone looked at each other, and then cheered. Some people even couldn't wait to fly to the Sea of Heavenly Dragons. The Great Elder looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "What about Little Lunatic?" Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus looked at each other and smiled. As Qin Feiyang waved his hand, Lunatic immediately appeared out of thin air. "Old man." Lunatic glanced at the crowd around him, looked at the Great Elder, and grinned. The Grand Elder immediately ran over and looked up and down, left and right. After confirming 3 times, he grabbed the man's hand and cried tears of joy. "I'm still alive, aren't I?" "Why are you crying?" Lunatic whispered. "Can I be happy?" The Great Elder roared. Okay. Lunatic nodded. His expression was full of helplessness, but his heart was very warm. Looking at this scene, Elder Wei couldn't help but smile. Then he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "You're joking too much." Qin Feiyang scratched his head and looked rather embarrassed. Elder Wei shook his head and laughed, and asked, "Then how many of you are still alive?" "Most of us survived, but many of us also sacrificed." Qin Feiyang sighed. "This is a war, and it's unavoidable. As long as we win, it's fine. And those who sacrificed, I believe they have no regrets." Elder Wei comforted. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "I don't want to say anything else. I just hope that everyone can cherish this rare peace now." "We will." Elder Wei nodded and looked at the Great Elder, saying, "Hurry up and greet them. Don't let them stand here all the time." Yes. The Great Elder nodded. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others, he smiled and said, "Let's go back and talk." "Then let's go." Qin Feiyang smiled. The group walked up the sky stairway. The disciples blocking the way retreated to the side and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others with admiration. Dragons, who in the ancient world didn't know? They were the rulers of the ancient world. Even the big shots of the 9 Heavens Palace had to bow their heads in front of the dragons. And now, they were actually destroyed by these people. It was really admirable. Elder Wei looked at the surrounding crowd and said with a smile, "Everyone, disperse." With that, he left the peak for the first time and flew up. 9 Heavens Palace. In a secluded courtyard. This was the residence of the Great Elder. In the courtyard, the Great Elder asked everyone to sit down and personally made tea. Before the tea was ready, accompanied by a few whistling sounds, 3 figures landed in front of the courtyard. "Why are you guys here?" The Great Elder looked at the 3 and was stunned. "Do I have to report to you first?" They were Shangguan Qiu, the Pavilion Master and Vice Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion. The Great Elder said with a smile, "It's only right to report. After all, this is the 9 Heavens Palace, not your Treasure Pavilion." "Old man." The Pavilion Master of the Treasure Pavilion scolded and led Shangguan Qiu and the Vice Pavilion Master into the courtyard. Senior. Qin Feiyang stood up and bowed. No need to be so polite, no need to be so polite. The Treasure Pavilion's pavilion master hurriedly stepped forward to stop Qin Feiyang. He said, "Strictly speaking, we should be the ones bowing to you. After all, it was you who led everyone to destroy the dragon race and return peace to us." "Yes. Thank you for your hard work." The Vice Pavilion Master nodded and then looked at Hui, Frenzy, and Fire Lotus. "And you guys? You're too polite." Fire Lotus smiled. "Sit down," the Great Elder said, and everyone sat in a circle. Shengguan Qiu looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Are the dragons really gone?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Is everyone all right?" Shengguan Qiu asked. "Everyone is fine." Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's good." Shengguan Qiu nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang. She seemed to want to say something, but she swallowed it in the end. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea and looked at everyone. "We came back this time not only to tell you this news, but also to tell you something else." "What is it?" Everyone looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang looked at Fire Lotus. Fire Lotus smiled and slowly took off her mask. "What?" The Great Elder, Vice Pavilion Master, Shengguan Qiu, Shengguan Fenglan, and Frenzy all stared at Fire Lotus. "That's right. Fire Lotus is your palace master." Qin Feiyang smiled. They looked at each other. "What's wrong? Even the palace master can't recognize her?" Hui frowned. "No, no." The Great Elder hurriedly waved his hand and looked at Fire Lotus. He muttered, "This is too unexpected. Let's calm down first." Yes. In their eyes, the palace master was long dead. So now that Fire Lotus suddenly revealed her true appearance in front of them, they found it hard to believe. The Great Elder finally calmed down. He looked at Fire Lotus carefully and asked, "Are you really the palace master?" "Yes." Fire Lotus nodded. "But you..." The Great Elder frowned. "It was Qin Dage who saved me." Wu Yen gave a simple account of her encounter with Qin Feiyang, as well as what happened after they met. "I see." Everyone was enlightened. "The reason why I disguised myself and followed Qin Feiyang was actually because of Palace Master," Hui continued. Everyone looked at Hui, the Great Elder, Elder Wei, and Shangguan Fenglan. They quickly got up and knelt on the ground, respectfully saying, "Greetings, Palace Master." "Greetings, Palace Master." Shangguan Qiu, the Pavilion Master, and Vice Pavilion Master also quickly got up and bowed. Fire Lotus smiled slightly and said, "There are no outsiders now. No need to be so polite." Chapter 2956. Great Elder and the others stood up with tears in their eyes. Hui chuckled and said, "You old men are actually so pretentious." "Is this pretentious? It's called happiness." Great Elder glared at Hui before looking at Qin Feiyang and Man. "And you guys, you actually hid such an important matter from us." "Old man, I'm innocent. I really didn't know about this. I only found out about it now." Man pointed at Hui and said in dissatisfaction, "I didn't even know that he was the Vice Palace Master before. What's wrong with letting you know?" Hui said. "Fine, you guys are ruthless." Man glared fiercely at Hui. Old Wei shook his head and said, "Qin Feiyang, you're sending us to hell and then to heaven." "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "You first told us that everyone died in battle. Isn't that sending us to hell? Then the Vice Palace Master and Palace Master appeared one after another. Isn't that sending us to heaven? At our age, we can't withstand your torment." Old Wei shook his head and sighed. "It's my fault, my fault." Qin Feiyang quickly apologized. "However, I'm really grateful to you for saving the Palace Master and taking care of her." Old Wei bowed to Qin Feiyang. Don't. Qin Feiyang quickly held Old Wei and said, "They have been taking care of me all this time." Old Wei glanced at Fire Lotus and Hui, then looked at Qin Feiyang and nodded. "All right, then this old man won't be polite with you." We're all on the same side, there's no need to be polite. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Old Wei smiled and looked at Great Elder. You take care of everyone, I'll inform everyone that the palace master is back. Don't. Fire Lotus quickly stopped Old Wei. What's wrong? Old Wei looked at Fire Lotus suspiciously. Fire Lotus smiled. Let's do it as usual. As usual? Elder Wei was taken aback. The Great Elder and the others also looked at the Fire Lotus in confusion. Fire Lotus said, I came back this time mainly to tell you that I'm safe. I don't want too many people to know. How can this be? Now that you've returned, we must announce it. Only then will our 9 Heavens Palace have a backbone. Old Man Wei said. Don't these people have a backbone when I'm not around? Fire Lotus asked. Elder Wei was at a loss for words. All these years, the affairs of 9 Heavens Palace have been well managed by all of you, and 9 Heavens Palace has become more and more glorious. So, it doesn't matter whether I'm here or not. Fire Lotus smiled. You are. Elder Wei and the First Elder looked at each other and stared at the Fire Lotus in bewilderment. Sigh. In the meantime, Hui sighed inwardly. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. Fire Lotus no longer intended to be the Palace Lord of 9 Heavens Palace. She was going to be taken away by Qin Feiyang. He had already expected this, but there was still a trace of fantasy in his heart. But now, it really happened. Fire Lotus looked at the two and said, I'm already used to this kind of life. So, from now on, I'll have to trouble you two to take care of the affairs of 9 Heavens Palace. These words couldn't be more obvious. Not only the First Elder and Elder Wei, but Shangguan Qiu, Shangguan Fenglan, the Pavilion Master, and the Vice Pavilion Master all understood. She was leaving 9 Heavens Palace. Palace Lord, after the battle with the dragons, 9 Heavens Palace finally recovered. Now is the time when we need you. You can't abandon us at this time, the First Elder hurriedly said. You're exaggerating. I can see that 9 Heavens Palace is getting better and better. It doesn't matter whether I'm here or not. Besides, aren't there Hui and Man Man? Their abilities are all very outstanding. Especially Man Man. Do you know how amazing his performance was in the battle with the dragons? It can be said that he alone took 1/3 of the credit. Fire Lotus smiled. Is it that exaggerated? Everyone looked at Man Man in astonishment. Of course. Man Man smiled proudly, then looked at Fire Lotus and said, Don't think that I'll listen to you just because you flatter me. Let me tell you, I'm not interested in this. Then what are you interested in? Fire Lotus laughed. Aren't you asking the obvious? Man Man rolled his eyes. Of course, it was the 4th floor of the miracle. If he didn't know about the miracle, he would have returned to 9 Heavens Palace after destroying the dragons. But it was different now. Knowing that there was a more exciting world, how could he stop in the ancient world? You! Fire Lotus shook her head, then turned to look at Hui. Why are you looking at me? Hui coughed. If not you, who should I look at? Fire Lotus said. Don't force me, okay? You know my personality. I'm a lazy person. It's hard for me to be the Vice Palace Lord, let alone the Palace Lord. Hui said with a bitter face. Fire Lotus said. Who doesn't know your ability? As long as you put your mind to it, there's nothing you can't do. Don't flatter me, I really can't. Hui quickly waved his hand. Fire Lotus raised her eyebrows and said, Are you not going to listen to my words? What do you want? Forcing good into prostitution? Let me tell you, with so many people watching, you won't be allowed to mess around. Hui hid behind Shangguan Fenglan and shouted. Is that so? Fire Lotus rubbed her fists and stared at him with bad intentions. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Fire Lotus and could see that Fire Lotus was determined to leave. She turned to Hui and asked, Do you really want to marry me? Of course, I want to even in my dreams. Hui nodded. Good, as long as you agree to be the palace master of 9 Heavens Palace, I will immediately agree to marry you. Shangguan Fenglan said. Hui looked at Shangguan Fenglan in a daze. Fire Lotus was also surprised. Do you agree? Shangguan Fenglan asked. Lan'er, why are you working with her to torture me? Hui cried out in grief and looked at Qin Feiyang for help. Qin Feiyang drank his tea and pretended not to see. Bastard, you only know how to pretend to be a mute at the crucial moment. Hui cursed in anger. Answer me, Shangguan Fenglan said. Hui looked around. Not only was no one helping him, Frenzy's face was filled with schadenfreude. It seems that you were lying to me. Shangguan Fenglan shook her head and sighed. No. Hui quickly waved his hand and looked at Fire Lotus, saying, You guys are forcing a duck to a perch. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. You can go fool around with Qin Feiyang. What do you mean fool around? Qin Feiyang said unhappily. Now you finally know how to speak. I thought you were a mute. Hui glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. Men should be responsible, shouldn't they? Qin Feiyang laughed. What a nice way to put it. Come on then. Hui pouted. I'm definitely not cut out for this. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Even the dragons were destroyed in your hands. Who else can be more capable than you? Hui looked unhappy. I say, what's wrong with you guys? The position of Ninth Heaven Palace Master is so prestigious. Others can't wait to envy you, and you're not happy? The Treasure Pavilion Master couldn't stand it any more and scolded. Then why don't you do it? Anyway, Shangguan Qiu is in charge of the Treasure Pavilion now. You have nothing to do. Hui pointed at the Pavilion Master again. The Pavilion Master's mouth twitched. He knew he couldn't speak. Fire Lotus looked at Old Wei and the Great Elder and said, Now you won't object, right? The two looked at each other and finally sighed helplessly. As long as you're happy. They could also tell that Hualien had steeled her heart. If they continued to force it, they were afraid that even Hui would run away. At that time, no one would be in charge of Ninth Heaven Palace. They had always seen Hui's ability in their eyes. He was indeed good, but a little lazy. But now with Shangguan Fenglan restraining him, it should be better in the future. Then it's decided. Fire Lotus chuckled. She held her teacup and looked at Hui with a smile. Palace Master, I'll use tea as wine to toast you. Hui rolled his eyes at Fire Lotus. He held his teacup and clinked it with Fire Lotus's before drinking it in a fit of pique. Fire Lotus smiled and also took a sip. Her expression was incomparably relaxed. Hui put down his teacup and looked at Qin Feiyang. As you wish, but let me tell you, you're not allowed to bully her. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. He looked at Hui and Shangguan Fenglan and said, Then when are you going to get married? We're still waiting to drink your wedding wine. You haven't even settled your own matters and you have the nerve to rush us? Hui looked down on him. Can't we have a good chat? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Hui rolled his eyes and grabbed Shangguan Fenglan's little hand. He smiled and said, Lan'er, then when are we getting married? Why don't we enter the bridal chamber now? Pooh! Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of tea. Isn't this too impatient? Do you want to make a baby tomorrow? Shangguan Fenglan's cheeks also turned red. She said angrily, Can you be more serious? Hee. Hui couldn't stop giggling. Next. Qin Feiyang stayed in Jiutian Palace. When he had nothing to do, he would walk around. For a time, life was very comfortable. This morning, Qin Feiyang passed by a lake and happened to see Shangguan Fenglan standing by the lake. Palace Lord, what are you doing standing here alone? Qin Feiyang walked forward and asked with a smile. Shangguan Fenglan came back to her senses and asked suspiciously, Why are you here? I just happened to pass by. Qin Feiyang smiled. Shangguan Fenglan nodded and said, Let me ask you something. Go ahead. Qin Feiyang held the lake water and washed his face. Shangguan Fenglan asked, What are your feelings for my sister? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He got up and asked, What's wrong with Shangguan Qiu? Nothing. But I can see that she has something on her mind. I know. What's on her mind? I think you know it too, Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, To be honest, your sister is a good girl. It's the dream of many men to have her. But I just treat her as a friend, as a sister. Shangguan Fenglan pondered for a while and nodded with a smile. I understand. You can rest assured that my sister is not like other women. She won't pester you. Thank you for your understanding. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. Chapter 2958. Shangguan Fenglan waved her hand and said with a smile, But you really should think about your marriage. Are you also joining in the fun? Qin Feiyang was helpless. This is not a joke. Think about it, if you are already married, will my sister still have a crush on you? Shangguan Fenglan said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. I am a woman, so I understand women. Many women say that they don't care if their men have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but in their hearts, they all want to have a complete love. So as long as you are married, no one will provoke you in the future, Shangguan Fenglan said with a smile. Qin Feiyang was enlightened and said with a smile, Thank you for your reminder, Palace Master. All right then. It's not easy to be free, accompany her more. Women need companionship and protection, Shangguan Fenglan said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile, then turned and left. Not long after, he met the Great Elder again. The Great Elder was hiding alone in front of a river, drinking tea and fishing at the same time, looking extremely comfortable. Great Elder, Qin Feiyang greeted with a smile and walked forward. Why are you here? The Great Elder was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Nothing to do, just wandering around. You are really carefree, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. After the Vice Palace Master returned, this old man was rarely relaxed, so I came here to fish and drink tea. After the Great Elder said that, he took out a small wooden stool and placed it on the ground, saying, Sit down and talk. Okay. Qin Feiyang sat on the wooden stool and said, Where is senior brother Man An? I haven't seen him these few days. Who knows where he went to fool around again? He is already so old, yet he is still insensible. The Great Elder shook his head. If senior brother Man is still insensible, then there is no sensible person in this world, Qin Feiyang said. It seems that you know him very well now. The Great Elder laughed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, After all, we've been through fire and water for so many years. Then can you tell me about the battle between you and the dragons in China? The Grand Elder asked. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded and slowly explained. Especially Man's performance. He described it in detail, but he didn't exaggerate. Seek truth from facts. After hearing this, the First Elder looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and said, He has become so powerful now. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, With his strength alone, he almost wiped out the entire dragons. What do you think? TSK. The Great Elder couldn't help but be speechless. Still unexpected. Senior brother Man has been working very hard. He didn't disappoint you either. Right now, not to mention the northern region, even in the entire ancient realm, he is a peak existence. To be honest, I'm very glad that I'm friends with senior brother Lunatic, and not enemies, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The Great Elder shook his head and said with a smile, I think he should be glad that you're friends and not enemies. Qin Feiyang laughed. You're all outstanding. In the future you will definitely become the pillars of the human race in this world. But you can't be proud. You have to continue to work hard. The Great Elder advised. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, Have you sent someone to inform the people of the other 3 regions? The Vice Palace Master has already sent someone to inform them. Almost all the creatures that were transferred from the Divine Land are now on their way back. The Great Elder said with a smile. Then I don't have to worry about this. Qin Feiyang said. You've done enough. Take a good rest for a while. the great elder said with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded, grabbed a fishing rod from the side, and started fishing. He said, "There's one more thing." "What?" The great elder was curious. "Senior brother Feng Zi has also mastered 3 types of law powers," Qin Feiyang said. "Really?" The great elder was stunned. "Yes. The law of slaughter, the law of thunder, and the inheritance he obtained in the Nether King's Hell. I still don't know about it," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "This brat's good fortune is not shallow," the great elder said with a gratified smile. "Do you still remember the old man who gave senior brother Feng Zi a heaven-defying technique?" "Yes, why?" "He's actually the guardian of the 4 regions." "What? He's the guardian?" "Yes, to be precise, they're the guardians of the ancient world. Because the 4 of them all control the ancient world's law powers. In the past, perhaps because of the existence of the dragons, they had no choice but to give up the divine land." "I see. So I guess that senior brother Feng Zi's background might not be simple. Otherwise, why would the guardians value him? Who cares? My children and grandchildren have their own fortune. I'm just an old man now." The 2 of them sat by the lakeside, chatting and laughing as if they were 2 old friends. Another period of time passed. A sensational news spread in Empyrean Palace. Yi Xiaoyao, the deputy palace master of Empyrean Palace, officially took over the position of palace master. The position of deputy palace master was taken over by Shangguan Fenglan. And on the day of the appointment, the 2 would hold a wedding ceremony at the same time. When this news spread, not only the major forces of the northern region, but also the famous families. Even the major forces of East Tomb, West Desert, and South Wilderness sent congratulatory gifts. On the same day, Empyrean Palace was bustling with noise and excitement. All the famous forces of the 4 regions sent people to attend the ceremony. Rudong City's Heavenly Cloud Mountain Master. Heavenly Cloud Mountain was the strongest existence in East Tomb. Back then, Qin Feiyang had a grudge with Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Among them, there was a person called Su Emo who left a deep impression on Qin Feiyang. But now, everything was in the past. The East Tomb Treasure Pavilion Master, West Desert Treasure Pavilion Master, and South Wilderness Treasure Pavilion Master also came to congratulate him. As for the granddaughter of the East Tomb Treasure Pavilion Master, Miss Fairy, she was also invited. Because Hui had always coveted the fairy wine. That day, Miss Fairy was also very generous and took out 10,000 jars of fairy wine as a congratulatory gift. To Hui, nothing was more precious than this congratulatory gift. Of course, many people came to attend the ceremony, partly because of Qin Feiyang. Because now, Qin Feiyang was a well-known figure. Everyone knew that he was the one who led the Dragon Slayer Palace, and everyone to fight with the dragons in the Divine Prefecture, and destroy them. Therefore, for Qin Feiyang, whether they knew him or not, whether they were former friends or former enemies, they all had a heart of respect. A few days after the ceremony ended, Qin Feiyang finally bid farewell to Hui, the Grand Elder, and the others. He took the Fire Lotus and went to the Treasure Pavilion. The Treasure Pavilion of the northern region was not affected by the war. Early in the morning, the sun slowly rose from the horizon. When Qin Feiyang arrived at the Treasure Pavilion, the door was just opened. "Greetings, young Master Qin." The guard at the door bowed and saluted. He looked at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of admiration. "Where's Shangguan Qiu?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The guard said, "Miss is washing up inside. Shall we ask her to come out?" "No, we'll go in ourselves." Qin Feiyang smiled and walked into the Treasure Pavilion with the Fire Lotus. "Knock, knock." In front of a door, Qin Feiyang knocked. "Come in." Shangguan Qiu's voice sounded from inside. Qin Feiyang pushed open the door and saw Shangguan Qiu coming out of the bathroom. There were some water stains on her face and between the hair on her forehead. "Why are you here?" Shangguan Qiu was surprised to see Qin Feiyang and the Fire Lotus. "Can't we come?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "Yes. You're the savior of the ancient world now. Who dares to stop you?" Shangguan Qiu laughed. Why does it sound so ironic? Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. I'm praising you. Why? What's the matter? Shang Guanqiu asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile. I just wanted to ask you if you still want to go to the Divine Land? This? Shang Guanqiu hesitated. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Weren't you reluctant to leave when you left? I'm asking you now. Why are you hesitating? Don't you know? It must be because you're not in the Divine Land now. Fire Lotus joked. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Shang Guanqiu blushed when he heard that. The atmosphere became awkward. Fire Lotus looked at the two and could not help but laugh. She waved her hand and said, Okay, pretend I didn't say anything. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at Fire Lotus. He looked at Shang Guanqiu and said with a smile, If you want to go, come with us now. You can also bring your master. Which master? Shang Guanqiu was doubtful. Now, she had two masters. One was the pavilion master of the treasure school in the northern region, and the other was the chief pavilion master of the treasure school, Supreme Cloud. Your master in the northern region, of course? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. She can go too? Shang Guanqiu was stunned. Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. How about this? I'll send a message to ask my master first. Shang Guanqiu asked. Okay. Qin Feiyang said. Shang Guanqiu took out an image crystal, and a woman's figure quickly appeared. Greetings, senior. Qin Feiyang bowed. No need to be so polite. The woman smiled faintly. Shang Guanqiu said, Master, Qin Feiyang asked you to go to the Divine Land. Will you go? Me? The woman was slightly stunned. She shook her head and said, Why would I go to the Divine Land? It's better to stay at home. But, Shang Guanqiu was a little anxious. I know what you're thinking. Go if you want. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. The woman smiled faintly. So I'm really going? Shang Guanqiu asked. Go. No one is tying you up. Besides, your ability is already above mine. The Divine Land is your stage. The woman smiled. Don't praise me like that. It's embarrassing. Shang Guanqiu said with a red face. I'm telling the truth. Besides, there's still the chief pavilion master. She's your master now. With her teaching you, you'll have a better future than staying in the northern region. The woman smiled. Okay then. Shang Guanqiu nodded and turned off the image crystal. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I'll go. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to leave the treasure house. Are you really leaving now? I still want to tell my elder sister and brother-in-law. Shang Guanqiu caught up with him and said, I've already told your sister and brother-in-law before coming here. They don't have any objections. We'll talk about it later. It's not like you can't come back in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. Shang Guanqiu nodded. Chapter 2959. The Divine Land. More than a year had passed. Apart from the major battlefields, the Divine Land had basically regained its vitality. As for the major battlefields, because the battles were too fierce and the destructive power was too terrifying, it would take a year or two for them to regain their vitality. But now, some people had returned to the Divine Land. The people who came back first were all relatively strong. After all, they were the same as Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang had the gate of time and space, so he could come and go in an instant. But the others had to fly to the Divine Land through the four seas, so their speed was naturally slower. So, the people and beasts who rushed back to the Divine Land were basically all in the Nine Heavens realm. Looking at the major battlefields and the disappearing Divine Dragon Island, everyone was full of shock. Clang! Above Divine Dragon Island. With a loud noise, the gate of time and space appeared out of thin air. Qin Feiyang, Fire Lotus, and Shang Guanqiu walked out one after another. Divine Dragon Island was undoubtedly the center of the battlefield. The battle between Qin Feiyang and the Dragon God Sword, the battle between the Frenzy and the Prince of Dragons, and the battle between the ancient castle and the ice dragon's sacred sword all happened here. So it was even more tragic here. It was estimated that no grass would grow here for decades or centuries. The entire inland sea was filled with the aura of death. Shang Guanqiu glanced down and felt the aura of death. His heart could not help but tremble. After leaving the Divine Land, what kind of earth-shattering battle had happened here? Greetings, Your Excellency. Suddenly, a sea of people came from all directions, tens of thousands of them, all in the Nine Heavens realm. Hello? Qin Feiyang smiled and then said, You don't have to call me Your Excellency. Just call me by my name. How can we do that? Someone shook his head. I don't like to be called Your Excellency because we are equal. Qin Feiyang smiled. Your Excellency is really modest. Well, we'll do as you say. Qin Feiyang, thank you so much. You are the savior of the Divine Land. Please accept our bow. Everyone knelt in the void and prostrated themselves. Qin Feiyang did not try to dissuade them because he knew it was useless. He smiled and said, Get up! Everyone stood up one after another. Someone asked, Where are the Qin Emperor and the others? Qin Feiyang smiled. They are all recuperating in the Black Tortoise world. That's true. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, I can tell that the battle between you and the dragons must have been very fierce. Let them rest well. We won't disturb the three of you. After this battle, we still need to rebuild our home. We'll head back first. Everyone laughed. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded. Brothers, let's go. The surrounding people immediately scattered and disappeared into the horizon. Hero, can I have your autograph? Shang Guanqiu looked at Qin Feiyang with admiration. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Shang Guanqiu said, To be honest, don't you feel a sense of accomplishment now that everyone is admiring you? A sense of accomplishment? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, Not really, but I'm happy to see the smiles on everyone's faces. Yeah. This is a smile of relief. After being oppressed by the dragons for so many years, I'm finally free. Fire Lotus smiled slightly. Shang Guanqiu nodded and said, The destruction of the dragons is indeed very satisfying. Buzz. All of a sudden, the image crystal rang. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. A shadow appeared. It was Jiang Dafei. Jiang Dafei smiled and said, Young lord, you've indeed returned to the Divine Land. Just returned. You're quite well informed. Qin Feiyang smiled. Someone just sent me a message saying that you've returned to the Divine Land, so we immediately sent you a message. Jiang Dafei said. We? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Jiang Dafei smiled and said, All the city lords are with me. They also want to meet you. Then come to the Divine Dragon Island. Qin Feiyang gave Jiang Dafei a coordinate. Okay. Jiang Dafei nodded and the image disappeared. Swish. In a short while, one figure after another descended upon the void in front of them. There were thousands of people in total. Greetings, young lord! Thousands of people bowed in unison. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. These people did not go to the Black Tortoise realm. Instead, they followed the creatures of the Divine Land and moved to the 4 major domains. Besides, they also had a mission to maintain order. After all, there were so many creatures in the Divine Land. If all of them moved to the 4 major domains at once, it would cause a lot of commotion. Therefore, they needed people to guard. Jiang Dafei and the others were undoubtedly the best candidates. It's not our hard work. It's yours. Jiang Dafei waved his hand. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, Are the city lords of the west, north, south, and east all here? Yes. Jiang Dafei nodded. An old man said respectfully, Young lord, we've long wanted to meet you, but you've been too busy. Why do you want to meet me? Qin Feiyang smiled. The old man said, We want to follow you, so please control us. Control? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He shook his head and said, This is the first time I've seen someone take the initiative to ask me to control them. We're willing to, the old man said. Yes. It's our blessing to be able to follow you. Please take us in. Except for the city lords of the north, the others bowed and said. Qin Feiyang glanced at these people and said with a smile, The battle is over. There's no need to control them anymore. No need to control them? Everyone was stunned. Not only that, I'll also release the control on those who were controlled before. After Qin Feiyang said that, with a thought, the slave seals on Jiang Dafei, Lei Bing, Fan Yunzhang, and the others immediately disintegrated. This, Jiang Dafei and the others looked at each other. I controlled you back then as a precaution. Now that the dragons are gone, there's no need to continue controlling you. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. But, Jiang Dafei hurriedly said, I know what you want to say. But you also know my origin. I'll leave the ancient realm sooner or later. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Leave? Everyone was stunned for a moment and quickly asked, When will you leave? I don't know yet. Of course. Even if I leave, I won't forget you. And if there's a chance, I'll come back to drink with you. At that time, don't think I'm troublesome. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. No, it's our honor. Jiang Dafei waved his hand. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He looked at the several thousand people and said, You are all city lords with heavy responsibilities. Don't disappoint my expectations of you, and don't disappoint everyone's trust in you. Don't worry. We'll be loyal to our duties and follow your will to protect this land. Jiang Dafei said. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded and waved his hand, saying, Then go and help everyone rebuild their homes. Yes. The thousands of people responded respectfully and turned to leave. Fire Lotus said with a smile, These people can be trusted. Yes. The future of the ancient world depends on them. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Swoosh. As his voice fell, the three of them disappeared. The Black Tortoise World. The land of demons. Clouds and mist lingered, and it was quiet and peaceful. In a courtyard, Supreme Cloud, Supreme Beast, Qin Batian, Yizhong, and Lu Xingyang sat together, talking and laughing. Eh? Qin Feiyang looked at Supreme Cloud and the others in surprise and said, You've rebuilt your physical bodies? Not yet. Because it's too boring, so we came out for a gathering. Lu Xingyang looked up at Qin Feiyang and smiled. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He landed in the courtyard with Fire Lotus and Shangguan Qiu. Greetings, Master. Greetings, seniors. Shangguan Qiu bowed. Supreme Cloud nodded and asked with a smile. Does your master of the northern region have any objections to me accepting you as my disciple? No. He's very happy. He said it's my good fortune. He told me to be filial to you and listen to you in the future. Shangguan Qiu hurriedly waved his hands. Really? Supreme Cloud asked. More real than real gold. Shangguan Qiu nodded, looking a little restrained. After all, he hadn't spent much time with Supreme Cloud. Supreme Cloud shook his head and laughed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Don't bully my disciple. How would I dare? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Supreme Cloud had accepted Shangguan Qiu as his disciple purely as a temporary measure, but now it seemed that he really wanted to treat her as his disciple. This was a good thing. If Supreme Cloud really treated Shangguan Qiu as his disciple, her future achievements in the ancient world would be immeasurable. Then, Qin Feiyang walked to Yizhong and asked, Master, are you well? What are you saying? Of course I'm well. Yizhong was speechless. Qin Feiyang said. Then Longzuan. Qin Batian glared at Qin Feiyang and said, Don't touch the pot that doesn't boil. It's fine. What haven't I experienced at this age? Calm down for a while, and you'll get over it. Yizhong waved his hand. That's good. Qin Feiyang chuckled and sat next to Yizhong. He looked at Shangguan Qiu and Fire Lotus and said, You guys have a seat too. I'll pass. Shangguan Qiu waved his hand and glanced around. He looked at Fire Lotus and said, I've never walked around the Black Tortoise world properly. Sister Fire Lotus, why don't you take me around? Sure. Fire Lotus nodded and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. She smiled and said, You guys take your time. After that, the two of them turned and left. Qin Batian looked at Shang Guanqiu's back and sighed. What a good girl. It's a pity, ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and interrupted Qin Batian. Qin Batian rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, You're a typical person who doesn't know how lucky he is. Thank you. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Brat! Qin Batian could not help but curse. He pondered for a moment and said, You came at the right time. I have something to announce. What is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Lu Xingyang, Yizhong, Supreme Cloud, and Supreme Beast also looked at Qin Batian in confusion. Qin Batian said, I'm going to disband the Dragon Slayer Palace. Disband? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Supreme Cloud could not help but frown as well. Are you out of your mind? It wasn't easy for us to establish the Dragon Slayer Palace, and now you want to disband it? Chapter 2960. Our original intention in establishing the Dragon Slayer Hall was to destroy the dragons. Now that the dragons no longer exist, there is no need for the Dragon Slayer Hall to exist. Qin Batian shook his head. That being said, the Dragon Slayer Hall is still our painstaking effort. Furthermore, we still need the Dragon Slayer Hall to maintain order in the ancient realm. If you disband the Dragon Slayer Hall now, it will be akin to a group of dragons without a leader. Supremacy Cloud said. I also think that it cannot be disbanded. The current Dragon Slayer Hall is the backbone of the world. Once it is disbanded, I'm afraid the Divine Land will descend into chaos. Supremacy Beast nodded. What about you? Qin Batian looked at Yizhong. In terms of the overall situation, it cannot be disbanded. What Supremacy Beast said makes sense. If we disband the Dragon Slayer Hall right after the dragons have been destroyed, everyone will lose their backbone. However, I am not a member of the Dragon Slayer Hall, so I have no right to make a decision. It is better for you all to discuss this matter amongst yourselves. Yizhong pondered for a moment. In any case, I am against it. What am I not greedy for? I will not care even if the Dragon Slayer Hall continues to exist. Supremacy Cloud said. Qin Batian sighed and looked at the Yuan Venerate. I am not guarding against you. I also know that you are not very interested in the Dragon Slayer Hall now. I have my reasons for disbanding the Dragon Slayer Hall. What reasons? Supremacy Cloud and Supremacy Beast looked at him suspiciously. Now that the dragons have been destroyed, it is time for us to leave. Once Brother Xingyang and I leave, the Dragon Slayer Hall will be leaderless. Who knows how it will develop over time? What if one day in the future, I become the next Dragon Clan? Therefore, it is better to disband it. Qin Batian said. Leave. Supremacy Cloud and Supremacy Beast exchanged glances. Yes. After all, we do not belong here. Besides, my brothers have been captured and taken to the 4th level. I have to save them. Qin Batian sighed. Supremacy Cloud and Supremacy Beast fell silent. Qin Feiyang suddenly said, It is not necessary to disband it. The 5 of them immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. No matter how you look at it, the existence of the dragon-slaying palace is necessary. Ancestor, you are worried that the Dragon Slayer Temple will become the next Dragon Slayer. You don't have to worry about that. Because we can totally find a reliable person to manage the dragon-slaying palace. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then who do you think is suitable? Qin Batian asked. This? Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously and said, I do have a suitable candidate in mind, but I'm afraid that he won't be willing, so I'm keeping it a secret for now. So mysterious? Qin Batian was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Qin Batian said, Then you have to say it. Then we'll think of a way to convince him. There's no need. When we leave, we'll just leave this mess to him. I think with his character, he definitely won't sit back and do nothing. Qin Feiyang smiled. Lu Jingyang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Why does it sound so unreliable? Can I lie to you? Don't worry, I can guarantee that he will definitely take over the dragon-slaying palace. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. The five of them looked at each other. Qin Batian nodded and said, All right then, it's up to you. There's one more thing. Yizhong looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Do you still remember what I said back then? What did you say? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Yizhong said, I'll support you as the master of the ancient world. Don't! Please don't! Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. Yizhong couldn't help but frown. Master, you know your disciple's character. In terms of courage, I do have it, but in terms of management, I really can't. We'll talk about it later. Like my ancestor, I have to go to the 4th level of the divine ruins. I can't stay in the ancient world forever. Qin Feiyang sighed. Yizhong frowned and said, Why do you have to go? Master, you don't know. When I was born, there were a total of 2 divine artifacts. The castle and Chang Shui respectively. Back then, at the divine ruins, Chang Shui was snatched away by small beasts. So, I have to take it back. There's also the blood feud between the inner demons and Big Cousin. I can't just let it go like this, Qin Feiyang said. Yizhong fell silent. Actually, after being in the Black Tortoise realm for so many years, he also knew a little. It was just that he didn't expect Qin Feiyang to be so persistent. I'm a person who is very afraid of trouble, but I have to do these things, Qin Feiyang said. All right then. Yizhong nodded. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. But don't worry, your disciple already has a suitable candidate in mind. This person is more suitable than your disciple to be the master of this ancient world. Qin Feiyang laughed. Are you talking about lunatic? Yizhong was suspicious. Him? I'd like to, but he's a wild horse. Can you tie him up? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. Indeed. With Lunatic's character, no one could tie him up. Wait. Why don't I see Lunatic? Where is he? Qin Batian asked. I don't know. After returning to the North region, he disappeared. He didn't even come back to attend Hui and Shangguan Finglan's wedding ceremony. I sent him a message, but he didn't respond. I don't know where he is fooling around. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hearing this, the few of them smiled bitterly. These young people were all very outstanding, but one was more unreliable than the other. Helpless. Qin Feiyang looked at Qin Batian and said, Ancestor, let's choose a time to go back. Qin Batian pondered for a while and said, When the physical body is reconstructed, we'll leave. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Yizhong. Master, do you want to go to our hometown to take a look? This? Yizhong hesitated. Buzz! Suddenly, the image crystal rang. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal. A shadow appeared. It was Lunatic. Immediately, Lunatic cursed and shouted, Damn you, you didn't wait for me when you went back to the Divine Land. You still have the nerve to say that? Where are you going without saying anything? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Cut the crap, I'm outside now, come out and pick me up. Lunatic said. Just outside? Qin Feiyang was stunned. An image appeared. Lunatic was really standing in the sky above Divine Dragon Island. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and Lunatic appeared beside him. He said in shock, How did you come to the Divine Land? So fast. That old man sent me here. Lunatic pursed his lips. Old man? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, Which old man? It's that old man. What kind of bullshit guardian is that? Lunatic said with some annoyance. Have you been looking for him during this time? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Lunatic nodded, grabbed the teacup on the table, and drank it directly without asking who it was. He said angrily, This old man is too much. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other suspiciously. Look, I went to great lengths to look for him. I finally found him in the western desert, but look what happened. He actually chased me out without saying anything. Lunatic said angrily. Why are you looking for him? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Isn't it because of my background? He gave me a heaven-defying divine art, and asked me to go to the Nether King's hell, so he must know my background. But when I found him, no matter how I asked, he just wouldn't tell me. Don't you think I'm angry? Don't I have the right to know my own background? Lunatic became angrier and angrier as he spoke. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, when he left, he had already said that he wanted you to find the answer yourself. It's obvious that he doesn't want to tell you, and you still went to him. Aren't you looking for trouble? How? Where can I find it? I don't have a clue at all. Lunatic said angrily. After speaking, his arms drooped down weakly. He was like a frosted eggplant. Take it slow. Look at our ancestors' background, isn't it also a mystery? Qin Feiyang consoled. Lunatic glanced at Qin Batian and said, I'm different from him. He jumped out from a stone. Qin Batian's mouth twitched. Was this something a human should say? Enough. Don't be dejected. Everything has to be done step by step. Also, Hui said that he won't see you in the future. He will beat you up every time he sees you. Qin Feiyang said. Why did he beat me up? Lunatic was stunned. Qin Feiyang said. Who asked you not to attend his wedding ceremony? Married? Not bad. So be it, he can't beat me anyway. Lunatic waved his hand. Looking at Lunatic's half-dead appearance, Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Actually, I feel that you should go to hell to find your background. Hell? Lunatic was stunned. That's right. Do you still remember the evil moon? When you come into contact with the evil moon, an image will appear in your mind. I guess these images are related to your background. Qin Feiyang guessed. Lunatic immediately lowered his head and pondered. A moment later, he slammed his palm on the stone table. What? You gave us a scare. Qin Feiyang stared at him angrily. Lunatic said, I'm going to hell now. Eh? Qin Feiyang was stunned and helplessly said, You have to change your personality. Hell hasn't opened yet, so how are you going to go? Nonsense, of course I'm going to find the guardian of the miracle. Lunatic said. No, it has already helped us a lot. Don't trouble it anymore. Qin Feiyang quickly dissuaded him. Don't worry. After the dragons were destroyed, the old man and the others went to the miracle. The fire python told them that Ice Dragon had lifted the order. In other words, we can enter and leave the miracle as we wish. Lunatic said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, Really? Why would I lie to you? Lunatic rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang suspiciously asked, Then why did Ice Dragon lift the order? Is there a need to think? Of course it's us. If he didn't lift the order, how can we go to the 4th floor? If we don't go to the 4th floor, who will he take revenge on? Lunatic shook his head. Chapter 2961. Revenge. Qin Feiyang murmured. It seems that there is a big shot behind Ice Dragon, and it is because of this big shot that he does not dare to interfere with the dragon's affairs. I think so too. The madman nodded and said, Let's not talk about it anymore. Hurry up and send me out, and give me Venerable Beast's divine artifact for teleportation. Divine artifact? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. I forgot. Back then, you killed your way into the inner sea and took away his divine artifact. The madman said. Qin Feiyang patted his head and said, There is such a thing. I really forgot about it. Give it to me. The madman said. But this is Venerable Beast's. You have to ask him first. Qin Feiyang said and began to search in the interspatial ring. Venerable Beast smiled and said, Take it if you like it. After a while, Qin Feiyang took out an ancient bronze mirror and threw it to the madman, saying, Be careful. With our relationship with the blood demon race, what threat is there? The man pursed his lips. It's better to be careful. After all, the old patriarch has always wanted to possess you, Qin Feiyang said. Got it. The man waved his hand impatiently. Then when I go to the 4th level, should I come and pick you up? Qin Feiyang asked. Let's talk about it then, the man said. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. It seemed that no matter what he said now, this guy would not listen. With a wave of his hand, he sent the man out. Looking at his energetic appearance, it seems that he really cares about his background, Yizhong said with a smile. After all, who doesn't care about their background? Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Yizhong, saying, What do you think, master? Come to our hometown to play. This? Yizhong hesitated again. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Don't worry, I won't sell you out. You're not serious. Yizhong rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang and said, Since Ice Dragon has already lifted the order, then let's go take a look. All right. You guys chat then, I'll get back to work. Qin Feiyang stood up. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He lowered his head and pondered for a while. Then, he looked at the ancestor and asked, How should we deal with the people of the dragon-slaying palace? The battle is over. Send them out, Qin Batian said. Go out? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid no one is willing to go out now. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let them stay in the Black Tortoise world? That won't do. They're originally from the ancient world, so they can't follow us to the 4th floor and risk their lives, Qin Batian said. Qin Feiyang said, All right then. Find some time and ask them to clean up. Yes. Qin Batian nodded. Qin Feiyang turned and walked into the ancient castle. He swept his gaze across the hall and sat on a chair. His senses extended infinitely. Whoosh! Very soon, one by one, figures appeared in the ancient castle. They were Li Chang, Li Chenghe, Wang Daoyuan, the 3 black leopard brothers, Big Black Wolf, the 5-clawed golden dragon, Feng Duji, Yang Li, Wang Ming, and the straw-sandal old man. What's the matter? They looked around and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. The battle is over, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yes. Yang Li nodded. It was not easy. With a thought, Qin Feiyang also removed everyone's enslavement seal. Young master, what are you doing? Wang Ming looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. I promised everyone that I would remove the control after the battle. You are free from now on. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Free. Everyone murmured and lowered their heads. They felt a little disappointed. Why do you still look unhappy? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Young master, to tell you the truth, I really wanted to get rid of your control in the past. But after interacting with you for a long time, I realized that you are a good person. Righteous, responsible, and good to us. Young master, I know what you mean, but I don't want to leave, Wang Ming said. Qin Feiyang asked, Are you willing to die on the 4th floor with me? Yes. Wang Ming nodded without hesitation. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, But all good things must come to an end. We will be separated sooner or later. Boss, you are burning the bridge after crossing the river. From the moment I followed you into the Black Tortoise world, I had no intention of leaving. Big Black Wolf looked at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. Us too. The 3 black leopard brothers nodded. Young master, since you have given us freedom, please let us make our own decisions. Yang Li glanced at Big Black Wolf and the 3 black leopard brothers before looking at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Yang Li, Wang Ming, the 3 black leopard brothers, and Big Black Wolf with a smile. All right, you guys can make the decision. I choose to stay, Wang Ming said immediately. Me too, Yang Li added. Us too. Big Black Wolf and the 3 black leopard brothers ran out. I knew it. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Hee hee. Big Black Wolf grinned. What about you guys? Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Daji and the others. Feng Daji pondered for a moment and looked at Qin Feiyang. Young master, let me say this first. I am not afraid of death. I know. If you were, you wouldn't have self-destructed in the internal sea to save us. Qin Feiyang smiled. You still remember? Feng Daji scratched his head. How can I forget the favor of saving my life? And Li Changhe, when I entered the Dragon God's palace, you also stood in front of me without hesitation. Qin Feiyang smiled. It's a small matter. Li Changhe waved his hand. Qin Feiyang looked at the group and said with a smile, Tell me what you really think in your hearts at this moment. Okay. Feng Daji nodded and said, I have always worked for the dragons in the past, and I have always felt guilty. So now that the dragons have been destroyed, I want to stay and do something for China and the ancient world. That's a good thing. Qin Feiyang nodded. Me too. I want to stay and atone for the sins I have committed in the past. Li Chang looked at Qin Feiyang and said, It's really rare for you guys to have such a heart. If it were someone else who fought against the dragons and won, they would have been smug. But you guys have never let go of the self-blame and apology in your hearts. This makes me admire you very much. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Thank you. Feng Daji and Li Chang smiled gratefully. What about you guys? Qin Feiyang looked at Straw Sandal's group and asked. Us? The 6 of them looked at each other and smiled. The old man said, We followed you purely because we want to contribute to the destruction of the dragons. There are no other thoughts. I understand. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, Then I wish you all the best in the future. Thank you. The 6 of them smiled. Young Master, Wang Daoyuan and I have just discussed in secret. We are also prepared to stay in China. After all, this is our home. We can't bear to leave. Li Changhe said as he looked at Qin Feiyang. Yes. Wang Daoyuan nodded in agreement. Home. Who in this world is willing to leave home? But most of the time, there is no choice. So I envy you and wish you all the best. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and looked at the 2 with a smile. Thank you, young master. Although we will stay in the ancient realm, our hearts will always follow you and support you. And we will also follow your will and guard this continent well. Li Changhe and Feng Daji bowed. Good. Qin Feiyang nodded, glanced at the group of people, and said with a smile, With you all, I believe the ancient realm will become more and more prosperous. We will. The group of people also nodded. Qin Feiyang got up and said with a smile, Okay then, before I leave, you all continue to cultivate in the Black Tortoise realm. Okay. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, walked out of the castle, and looked at the clear sky. Although he had experienced countless storms and tribulations in this trip to the ancient realm, he had also gained a group of brothers and friends who had gone through life and death. It was worth it! In the blink of an eye. Another year passed outside. The vegetation had recovered, and the divine land had shown a scene of vitality. Moreover, under the leadership of Jiang Dufei and the others, the major cities had also risen from the ground, returning to their former glory. Qin Feiyang was really pleased with the performance of Jiang Dufei and the others. They were orderly and conscientious. Yi Zhong and the others had also reconstructed their physical bodies. On this day, Qin Feiyang, Qin Batian, Yi Zhong, Supreme Cloud, and Beast Supreme left the Black Tortoise realm and traveled to every corner of the divine land. Looking at the brand new cities and the smiling faces, their hearts were incomparably warm. As long as everyone was living well, they would be satisfied. The next day, outside the Holy Dragon City. Early in the morning, a sea of people gathered in the sky above the city. The leaders were the city lords of the western, northern, southern, and eastern regions. Everyone was looking at the void, as if waiting for something. Suddenly, a group of figures appeared out of thin air in the void outside the city. There were hundreds of millions of them. They were the members of the dragon-slaying palace. In the past, there were only tens of millions of them, but over the years, the number had multiplied several times over. However, at this moment, Their faces were filled with disappointment and reluctance. Swish! After a while, the 108 generals also appeared. They were also disappointed and reluctant. After a while, many people appeared again. Qin Feiyang, Yizhong, Supreme Cloud, Beast Supreme, Qin Batian, Lu Jingyang, Ice Emperor, Rain Emperor, and Shangguan Qiu were among them. They're out! The people in the sky above the city were in an uproar. So many people? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Jiang Dafei smiled and said, Young Lord Emperor Qin, Emperor Yang, we're all here to see you off. Didn't I say that you don't have to see us off? Qin Feiyang looked at the faces and said, No! You've done so much for us. If you don't even come to see us off, are we still human? That's right. We want to see you leave with our own eyes. We want to remember your faces. We don't want to forget your faces for the rest of our lives. Everyone roared in high spirits. Thank you. Qin Feiyang was extremely touched. He smiled and said, The peace now is not easy to come by. You must protect it well. When I come down, I hope to see a more harmonious ancient world. We will. Everyone nodded. All right then. I've told you what I should tell you before. I have nothing else to say now. Then let's part ways here. Qin Feiyang looked at the city lords and said with a smile. Then, he waved his hand and opened the space-time gate. Chapter 2962. Jiang Dafei glanced at the space-time gate and looked at Qin Feiyang's back. Young lord! What's wrong? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Jiang Dafei and asked with a smile. Plop! Jiang Dafei knelt in the void, lowered his head, and roared. You must take care! Take care! Lei Bing and the others also knelt in the void, lowered their heads and roared. Thank you? Qin Feiyang whispered. Looking at these people, his eyes couldn't help but tear up. Let's go! The more I look, the more reluctant I am. Qin Batian patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and said, Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Jiang Dafei and the others. You guys take care too. After saying that, he turned around and stepped into the space-time gate. Qin Batian and the others followed closely behind. Farewell, young lord! Farewell, Emperor Qin! Farewell, Emperor Yang! Jiang Dafei roared. The next moment, everyone present, including the hundreds of millions of people from the Dragon Slayer Palace, knelt in the void and roared. Their voices were like a bell that resounded through the world. Land of the undead. After many years, this place was still barren and lifeless. Whoosh! A group of people appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. Supreme Cloud, Supreme Beast, Shangguan Qiu, Feng Daji, Li Chang, the Ice Emperor, the Straw Shoe Old Man, and the others also followed. They weren't going to the great Qin Empire. They just wanted to see Qin Feiyang and the others leave the ancient realm. Qin Batian turned to look at everyone and said with a smile, Farewell will come eventually. Let's stop here. Supreme Cloud said. We've already come this far. It doesn't matter if we have to go one more time. Okay. Qin Batian and Qin Feiyang looked at each other and nodded with a smile. The group entered the land of the undead and flew toward the portal. They didn't move fast and didn't chat along the way. They silently cherished this last moment together. Unknowingly, the ancient portal entered everyone's sight. The reluctance on everyone's faces became more and more obvious. Especially Shangguan Qiu. She looked at Qin Feiyang's back with tears in her eyes. Finally, the group landed in front of the square. Qin Feiyang, Qin Batian, and Lu Jingyang stood together and turned to look at everyone. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Everyone, let's stop here. Yes. Supreme Cloud and the others nodded. As for Revered Cloud, Revered Beast, Revered Ice Emperor, Rain Emperor, and 108 generals, Qin Feiyang had already removed the enslavement seal on them before he left the Black Tortoise realm. Now, everyone was free. Then we'll meet again. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Wait. Supreme Cloud said. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He looked at Supreme Cloud and said with a smile, "Don't tell me you still can't bear to part with me? Don't be so smug. I can't wait for you to scram." Supreme Cloud rolled his eyes. "Ha ha!" Qin Feiyang laughed loudly. "I stopped you because I wanted to tell you that if you really want to go to the 4th floor, don't be as high profile as you were in the ancient world. Just bear with it, it won't do you any harm." Supreme Cloud sighed. "Thank you for your concern." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Who cares about you?" Supreme Cloud rolled his eyes and waved his hand impatiently. "Scram, scram!" Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "I'll say one more thing." Revered Beast looked at Qin Feiyang, Qin Batian, and Lu Jingyang, and said with a smile, "The gates of the ancient world are always open to all of you. You're welcome to return." "Thank you." The three of them cupped their hands and smiled. Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and couldn't help but look at Shang Guanqiu. Seeing her tearful face, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache. He slowly walked forward and wiped away her tears, saying softly, "Take good care of yourself, okay? Don't let everyone worry about you." "Okay." Shang Guanqiu nodded, still keeping her head down. "Then I'm leaving," Qin Feiyang said. Shang Guanqiu's eyes trembled. She plucked up her courage and looked up at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Can you hug me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, then smiled, opened his arms, and pulled Shang Guanqiu into his embrace. Shang Guanqiu immediately burst into tears. Qin Feiyang blamed himself in his heart. What did he do to make this woman cry for him? He had let down too many good girls in his life. He was not a good man at all. Because a good man would never let a woman cry for him. But there was no room for another woman in his heart. He could treat Shang Guanqiu as family, as a confidant, but he could never treat her as a lover. If there was no love between a man and a woman, he could not force them to be together. Otherwise, both of them would be hurt in the end. "I'm sorry," Qin Feiyang murmured. Shang Guanqiu shook her head and said, "You didn't do anything wrong. I did it willingly. I'm not worth it," Qin Feiyang said. Shang Guanqiu smiled and said, "Whether it's worth it or not, I know the scale in my heart." "You little girl." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "All right." Shang Guanqiu got out of Qin Feiyang's arms, wiped the tears from her face, and said with a smile, "I'm not that weak. Don't worry about me. Go!" Qin Feiyang looked at Shang Guanqiu deeply, then turned and walked toward the portal without looking back. Shang Guanqiu suddenly said, "Don't let the mermaid princess down again." Qin Feiyang paused and smiled. "Thank you. I'll cherish it." Then, he stepped into the portal. Qin Batian looked at Shang Guanqiu and sighed in his heart. He then looked at Supreme Cloud and the rest, cupping his hands and smiling. "See you again, everyone." "See you again." Supreme Cloud and the rest also cupped their hands and sent him off. The first level of the miracle. Whoosh! In the sky above a mountain, figures appeared one after another. They were led by Qin Feiyang, Qin Batian, Lu Jingyang, and Yi Zhong. After that, dozens of people appeared. Surprisingly, Xia Yuan was among them. Boom! As soon as this group of people appeared, terrifying rule-bending powers descended from the sky, their auras firmly locked onto them. "What's this?" Yi Zhong was shocked. "This is the rule power of the miracle. The first level of the miracle only allows those below the god of war to enter," Qin Batian said in a low voice. "Don't worry." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled, facing the rule power calmly. Whoosh! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a beast's shadow appeared in the sky. It was the fire python. When the fire python saw that it was Qin Feiyang, it immediately dispelled the rule power and smiled. "Brother Qin! Brother Fire!" Qin Feiyang also laughed out loud and quickly went up to greet him. "Long time no see." The fire python looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Your strength has improved a lot. I barely reached the half-step imperishable realm." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "Half-step imperishable realm, that's still very powerful, okay? Look at me, I've been cultivating in the temple all these years, But I've only just reached the Paragon God realm, the fire python said. Even if you're only at the Paragon God realm, I'm still not your opponent. Qin Feiyang laughed. That's nice to hear. The fire python laughed and looked at Yizhong and the others. Aren't you going to introduce us? Yes, I must. Qin Feiyang smiled and pointed at Yizhong. This is my master, perfect imperishable realm. Perfect imperishable realm! The fire python was shocked. Yizhong bowed and said, Greetings, Lord Guardian. Don't. You're Qin Feiyang's master, and Qin Feiyang and I call each other brothers, so you're also my elder. I should be the one bowing to you. The fire python hurriedly said. Hearing this, Yizhong's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He didn't expect this guardian to be so humble. Qin Feiyang pointed at Qin Batian and Lu Jingyang and said with a smile, These two are my two ancestors, Qin Batian and Lu Jingyang. I've heard a lot about you. The fire python looked at the two of them and smiled. You're welcome. Qin Batian waved and cupped his hands. Thank you for taking care of Feiyang all these years. We're friends, so it's only right to take care of each other. The fire python smiled slightly. As for them, Qin Feiyang looked at Xia Yuan's group and asked with a frown, Ancestors, why have they come as well? There were a total of 54 people here. In other words, half of the 108 generals had followed them. You don't know yet, right? Xia Yuan and the others are also people of the great Qin. Qin Batian smiled. What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Didn't a group of subordinates follow me into the ancient realm back then? That's them. There used to be more than 100 people, but they fought with the dragons in the ancient realm and many died in battle. Qin Batian sighed. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood and cupped his hands. Thank you for taking care of my ancestors. Your Highness, don't say that. It's the Qin Emperor who has always taken care of us. Xia Yuan smiled. Your Highness? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Now that we've left the ancient realm, the Dragon Slayer Palace has nothing to do with us. We can't call you young lord anymore, right? You're a prince of the great Qin Empire, so we should call you your Highness instead. Xia Yuan said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He looked at the fire python and said, I won't introduce them one by one because even I don't know their names. The fire python nodded and smiled. Then what are you doing now? We're going back to the great Qin Empire first. My ancestors haven't gone back for a long time, so they want to go back and take a look. Qin Feiyang said. What about the 4th level of the divine sight? The fire python asked. We'll have to go there sooner or later. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, and his eyes shone with a shocking sharpness. Thank you? The fire python said gratefully. Why are you thanking me? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. You didn't hesitate to go to the 4th level to avenge my father. How can I not thank you? The fire python sighed. It's not all because of the fire dragon. I also have some personal grudges, so I have to go to the 4th level. Qin Feiyang said. No matter what, I have to thank you. The fire python said. All right then, I'll accept your thanks. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, By the way, you didn't see Frenzy? Yes. Some time ago, he came alone and said that he was going to the Nether King's Hell to find the mystery of his origin. At that time, I asked why you didn't come back. The fire python said with a smile. Is he going to the Nether King's Hell now? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. I sent him there personally. The fire python nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, Are Ice Dragon and Small Beast in the Divine Sight now? I'm not sure about the 4th level, but there are no traces of them in the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st levels. The fire python shook its head. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, Then back then, when you let us go back to the ancient world without permission, did they pursue your responsibility? No. They didn't even mention it, which surprised me. The fire python said with a smile. That's good. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 2963. Qin Feiyang was afraid that the fire python would be implicated because of him. The fire python's care for him was indescribable. If it was because of him, it would be punished, or even lose its life. He would feel guilty for the rest of his life. But fortunately, none of this happened. However, putting aside the small beast, it didn't care about these things. But what did this ice dragon mean? It didn't even ask? The fire python asked. Then this emperor will send you back to Great Qin now? Wait a moment. Qin Feiyang hurriedly opened his mouth and asked. Brother Fire, tell me the truth, did you see a fire qilin at the scene? He had always been concerned about the fire qilin. This was because he always had an inexplicable sense of familiarity with the fire qilin. However, this fire qilin was not referring to the beast venerable. It was the fire qilin that he had met in the Forgotten Continent. The fire python hesitated. Qin Feiyang asked. Looking at your reaction, you have seen it before, right? To tell you the truth, I have indeed seen it before. Back then, when you were training in the miracle, it had already gone to the 3rd floor. And there was a divine beast with it. The fire python said. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The fire qilin didn't want me to say it. Because at that time, we didn't know what was on the 3rd floor. The fire qilin was afraid that you would take the risk to look for it. The fire python said. Qin Feiyang frowned, and was suddenly stunned, and said in surprise, Wait, you just said that there was another divine beast? Yes. He had the appearance of a human, but I could tell that he was a divine beast. And at that time, he had the cultivation of a false god. The fire python said. The appearance of a human, the cultivation of a false god? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and a figure gradually appeared in his mind. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, the figure of a middle-aged man condensed. The fire python nodded. That's right, it's him. I didn't expect them to be together. Qin Feiyang murmured. He looked at Qin Batian and said, Ancestor, you should be familiar with this person, right? Qin Batian glanced at the middle-aged man and nodded. That's right, he's the mythical beast from the endless ocean of the Forgotten Continent. That's him. Back then, you sealed him, causing his cultivation to remain at the false god realm. The last time he entered the divine sight, it was to find you. Because at that time, they all said that you entered the 3rd floor. Qin Feiyang said. Actually, it wasn't me who sealed it, it was the broken sword. At that time, I was only a war god. How could I have such a powerful method to seal him? Qin Batian said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said, Then to break his seal, isn't that only broken sword can do it? Not necessarily. Those whose strength has reached broken sword's level can forcefully break it. Qin Batian smiled slightly. Then his seal should still be there, because there's no such powerhouse on the 3rd floor. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled as he said this, and he said in surprise, Wait, why didn't I see them on the 3rd floor? Qin Batian said, The 3rd floor is so big, it's normal that you didn't see them. No. From the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor, they appeared in the Divine Demon Forest. I'm very clear about how terrifying the Divine Demon Forest is. With the strength of the fire qilin and the mythical beast uncle, it's impossible for them to escape from the Divine Demon Forest. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. That means... Qin Batian frowned. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. Yes, they're probably doomed. Back then, I didn't have the qualifications to enter the 3rd floor, so I don't know what happened after they entered the 3rd floor. But over the years, I've been looking for them on the 3rd floor. The fire python said. How was it? Qin Feiyang asked. I didn't find them. The fire python shook its head. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened when he heard this, and he sighed. It seems like they really died in the Divine Demon Forest. I'm sorry. If I knew that the 3rd floor was so dangerous, I wouldn't have let them in. The fire python said. That has nothing to do with you. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, and then frowned slightly. But back then, when I entered the third floor, the door of the temple was tightly shut, and there was no way out. Could it be that the door of the temple was open when they entered? The fire python nodded. The door of the temple was indeed open in the past. No wonder. Qin Feiyang muttered and sighed. I just hope that they're still alive. Putting the fire Qilin aside, let's talk about the mythical beast uncle. Back then, when he was beheaded in public, the mythical beast uncle came all the way to the great Qin to save him. Although it was his great-grandmother who invited him, he couldn't forget this kindness. Heaven helps the worthy, don't worry too much. Taking a step back, even if they died in the Nether King's hell, I believe that they won't blame anyone. The fire python said. The fire Qilin won't, but this mythical beast uncle. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but look at Qin Batian when he said this. Why are you looking at me? If he hadn't stirred up trouble back then, would the broken sword have sealed his cultivation? To be honest, if it were me, if it were someone else, they wouldn't have given him a way out at all. Qin Batian said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. This mythical beast uncle had stirred up a storm in the forgotten continent back then. Perhaps only the ancestor would spare his life. Qin Feiyang said. The whereabouts of the fire Qilin and mythical beast uncle have been figured out, but Tan Wu and the infernal divine hound are still a mystery. Tan Wu, the infernal divine hound? Qin Batian was stunned. Yes. This Tan Wu is very valued by Yuan Bo. At that time, they also entered the ancient world with me. But after we parted ways in the land of the dead, I haven't seen them in the ancient world again. Later, I even asked the people of Ninth Heaven Palace and the Treasure Pavilion to help search for them, but they couldn't find them. I wonder where they are now? Qin Feiyang shook his head. Qin Batian asked. Have you searched for the Eastern Tomb, the Western Desert, and the Southern Wasteland? Not really. Because I was in the Northern region at that time, the people of Ninth Heaven Palace and the Treasure Pavilion could only search in the Northern region. However, I'm quite famous in the ancient world now. Even if they're in the Eastern Tomb, the Western Desert, and the Southern Wasteland, they should have heard of me. Let's talk about it later. The four regions are very far away. Apart from the teleportation altar, can they reach the Western Desert, the Southern Wasteland, and the Eastern Tomb with their cultivation? Qin Feiyang frowned. Qin Batian pondered for a while and sighed. Even if it's possible, it's likely that they're already dead. It's not possible. There's a 99% chance that they're dead. After all, the northern region is not Great Qin. It's not something they can deal with. Lu Jingyang shook his head. Dead? Qin Feiyang murmured. He also thought so, but he didn't want to believe it in his heart. Because Tan Wu was indeed a good person. Forget it. Everyone has their own fate. There's no need to investigate to the end. We'll talk about it later. If they're really dead, I'm afraid that even if you turn the entire ancient world upside down, you might not be able to find their bones. Qin Batian said. Sigh. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Then let's go back. By the way, Brother Fire, can you leave the divine sight now? Me? The fire python was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Lord Beast God and Lord Ice Dragon aren't here, so I can sneak out. The fire python said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. If there's a chance, come and attend my wedding. Wedding? The fire python was stunned and said in surprise. You're getting married? I plan to. Qin Feiyang nodded. The fire python said with a smile. Even if I die, I have to attend your wedding. Please don't. I don't want to feel guilty for the rest of my life. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand. The fire python laughed and said, Then I'll see. If there's a chance, I'll go. Then I'll wait for your arrival. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. Great Qin. Reincarnation Ocean. The wind whistled and the waves surged. In the ocean, the roars of the sea beasts were shocking. Demon Dragon Island. Qin Feiyang's stone statue was still standing on the coast of the inner sea like a guardian god, guarding this land. Swoosh! A group of people suddenly descended from the sky above the stone statue. We're finally back. That's right. It was Qin Feiyang's group. Looking at this land, Qin Batian, Lu Xingyang, Xia Yuan, and the other 54 divine generals were filled with emotions. It had been more than 10,000 years since they left the great Qin. Although so much time had passed, everything in front of them was still very familiar. Even the air and sea breeze here gave them a strange sense of familiarity. This is the great Qin. Yizhong looked around curiously. This place was too small. With his cultivation, he could almost see the entire reincarnation ocean at a glance. Master, our small place definitely can't compare to the ancient world. Please don't mind, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Yizhong couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, he noticed the stone statue below and asked in surprise, "This is you, right? Isn't it very powerful and handsome?" Qin Feiyang chuckled. Shameless. Yizhong rolled his eyes and asked, "Why is there a stone statue of you here?" Qin Batian and the others were also puzzled. "Isn't this because I defeated the demon ancestor and Mu Tianyang back then and protected this land, so everyone erected a stone statue of me?" Qin Feiyang explained a little and hurriedly clarified. "Don't misunderstand, I didn't ask for this. I only found out when I came back last time. Then you're amazing now. I'm afraid that the entire Great Qin and Forgotten Continent have such statues now," Qin Batian said. Qin Feiyang nodded embarrassedly. "Don't be embarrassed, this is what you deserve. And I have a feeling that the ancient world will be like this in the future. When that time comes, there will be statues of you everywhere." Qin Batian shook his head and smiled. Hee hee. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head, looking charmingly naive. "Let's go! Let's go for a walk." Qin Batian smiled. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Aren't we going back to the imperial capital directly?" "No hurry." Qin Batian waved his hands as he surveyed the surroundings with a warm smile on his face. Swoosh! Just as the group was about to leave, a figure appeared in front of them. It was an old man with white hair, but his body was extremely strong. Today's second chapter. Chapter 2964. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and the others also looked at the old man. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's face was full of joy as he hurriedly ran towards the old man. That's right. This old man was Qin Yuan. Uncle Yuan! Qin Feiyang was extremely excited. Although it had only been more than 10 years since the last time he came back, he missed it very much. It's really you. Qin Yuan was also overjoyed and said, "Let Uncle Yuan see if you have become thinner. Then take a good look." Qin Feiyang chuckled. Qin Yuan looked up and down, left and right. After a long time, he smiled and said, "Not only have you not become thinner, but you have gained weight. Is that so?" Qin Feiyang looked at himself and said with a smile, "Then you have to pay more attention in the future." "Pay attention to what?" "It's good to be fatter. In the future, give birth to a fat boy for Uncle Yuan. Then Uncle Yuan will not be bored in the future." Qin Yuan chuckled and said. Qin Feiyang said, "That's for sure. When the time comes, I will let you carry me until your arms go soft." Ha ha! Qin Yuan laughed loudly, unable to hide the joy in his heart. At this moment, Qin Batian and the others also walked over. "You are!" When he saw Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang, Qin Yuan's eyes suddenly widened. "It's us." Qin Batian nodded. Qin Yuan's gaze trembled, and he immediately wanted to kneel down and bow. Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang were quick to react and hurriedly pulled Qin Yuan. Qin Batian said, "Please don't do this. We can't afford it." "Yes. We have heard from Roshua and the others about your contributions to the Great Qin and your care for the Qin clan and our Lu clan. If it weren't for you silently protecting them, the Qin clan and the Lu clan would have long disappeared from the Great Qin. So, the people who should really thank are us," Lu Xingyang said. The two of them looked at each other and bowed with their heads lowered. "Thank you?" You're welcome, you're welcome. We're all family. This is my duty. Qin Yuan hurriedly waved his hand, his eyes filled with tears. He was back. He was finally back. Uncle Yuan, let me introduce you. Qin Feiyang pulled Qin Yuan and walked in front of Yizhong, saying, His name is Yizhong, he is my master. Qin Feiyang then looked at Yizhong and said with a smile, Shizhuan, this is my distant uncle. He has been taking care of me since I was young. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be who I am now. Hello, old Qin. Yizhong smiled and cupped his hands. Hello, Elder Yi. Qin Yuan hurriedly returned the greeting. You're welcome. You can just call me by my name. You've taught a good child. You don't know how outstanding Feiyang's performance was in the ancient realm. Yizhong smiled. You're flattering me. It's his own hard work that made him a talent. Qin Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. That's true, but a good guide is also very important. Speaking of which, I've picked up a big bargain. You've already nurtured him well. As his master, there's nothing for me to do. Yizhong smiled. I'm ashamed. Qin Yuan shook his head. Uncle Yuan, and these people. Qin Feiyang pointed at Xia Yuan and the others, saying, They're all subordinates who followed the two ancestors and fought in all directions. They're all heroes of the great Qin Empire. Greetings, old Qin. Xia Yuan and the others bowed. No need, no need. Qin Yuan waved his hand and said, You're all respectable heroes and the pride of the great Qin Empire. Don't mention it. We're just basking in the glory of Emperor Qin, Emperor Yang, and Your Highness. Xia Yuan said. Although Qin Yuan was already considered a junior in front of them, Qin Yuan's contributions to the great Qin Empire were worthy of all of their respect. Qin Yuan glanced at everyone and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, You're all back. What about the ancient realm? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, The matter of the ancient realm has been settled. Great. The family can finally be reunited. Qin Yuan nodded with a smile on his face. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. This reunion did not come easy. Qin Yuan looked around and asked, Where are the others? Why don't I see them? Could it be? At this point, Qin Yuan's expression changed. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Everyone's fine. Qin Feiyang hurriedly comforted and said with a smile, I'll call them out now. With that, Qin Feiyang appeared in the Black Tortoise world. Come out. Qin Feiyang said. One by one, figures walked out of the ancient castle and the courtyard next to it. Dong Xingyang Tanhaili, the mermaid princess, Zhao Tailai Tanhai Tanhaili, Qin Rishuang, Dan Wankai, Chuili, Willow Tree, and so on. There was also the Blood Qilin, the White-Eyed Wolf, the Thunder Leopard, the Big Black Wolf, Yuang, the three Black Leopard brothers, the Golden Divine Leopard, and so on. Yi Cheng, Yi Shuer, and Grandfather Yi were also there. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, Why don't I see the demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and the others? Let's forget about it. The demon ancestor walked out of the ancient castle and shook his head. If I go out and look at the great Qin Empire, I can't help but think of the Heavenly Sun Empire. At that time, I might do something crazy again. Are you sure you want me to go out? Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing also walked out and looked at Qin Feiyang. Then you can try. Qin Feiyang looked at him provocatively. Do you really think I'm afraid of you now? Mu Tianyang raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I don't know if you're afraid of me or not, but I know that I'm definitely not afraid of you. Cocky. Mu Tianyang pouted. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. It wasn't easy for us to come back. Let's go out and take a look. The demon ancestor, Dong Xingyang, and Mu Qing looked at each other. All right. The demon ancestor nodded. He had to face what he had to face. Running away from it wouldn't solve the problem. Boss, hurry up. I can't wait. The big black wolf urged. He had always been curious and expectant about Qin Feiyang's hometown. What kind of place could give birth to so many terrifying people? For example, Qin Feiyang, Qin Batian, Lu Xingyang, they were all monstrous existences. Qin Feiyang smiled. With a wave of his hand, everyone appeared outside one after another. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Uncle Yuan, everyone is here." "Hello, old master." Everyone greeted Qin Yuan one after another. Qin Yuan glanced at them one by one and said with a smile, "I thought that you would hide in the Black Tortoise world like last time. You must be joking." Tandai Li waved her hand and smiled. Qin Yuan chuckled and looked at the demon ancestor. Mu Tianyang smiled and said, "It's been many years. How have you been? Thank you for your concern." The demon ancestor shook his head. Qin Yuan smiled and said, "The past is like smoke. There's no need to cling to the past. Thank you for your comfort, old master." The demon ancestor cupped his hands. Mu Tianyang didn't say a word throughout. He looked around, and there seemed to be a trace of pain in his eyes. As for the big black wolf, the three black leopard brothers, Yi Shuer, Yi Qing, and old master Yi, they looked around curiously. "Feiyang, why don't I see Tan Wu and the hellhound?" Qin Yuan swept a glance at everyone again and asked suspiciously. "Yi is still in the ancient world. Her master is the guardian of the ancient world. No need to worry. As for Tan Wu and the hellhound, I won't hide it from you. I don't know where they are either. After entering the ancient world back then, we separated," Qin Feiyang said. "I see." Qin Yuan was silent for a moment, and said with a smile, "It's fine. Everyone has their own fate. As long as we don't forget them, it's fine." Qin Feiyang didn't say it explicitly, but he already understood that Tan Wu and the hellhound were likely doomed. "You're still the most open-minded." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Qin Yuan smiled and said, "All right then. This old man will lead the way. We'll appreciate the present scenery of Great Qin while heading to the imperial capital. Then I'll have to trouble you." Qin Batian laughed. This stroll lasted for a day. When everyone arrived at the imperial palace, it was already almost evening. But when they entered the imperial palace, they all restrained their auras and didn't attract anyone's attention. They entered without anyone noticing. Everyone stood in the sky above the imperial palace. Qin Batian smiled and said, "The changes are quite big. I almost can't recognize you. Why don't you see how many years you've been away?" Tandai Li smiled and said, "That's right. I've spent tens of thousands of years in the ancient world. Instead, I haven't contributed at all to my homeland. I'm ashamed." Qin Batian shook his head. "Let's go down." Qin Feiyang looked at a pavilion below with a smile on his face. That was the Autumn Rain Pavilion. After more than 10 years, it was still so familiar. "Let's go." Qin Batian smiled slightly. "Mother, father, I'm back." Qin Feiyang shouted and immediately rushed down. Autumn Rain Pavilion! At this moment, the Emperor was sitting in front of his desk, reviewing memorials. Lu Qiuyu was also accompanying him by the side, and there were two maids beside her. When Qin Feiyang's voice sounded, the couple was stunned. The Emperor put down the memorials in his hand, looked at Lu Qiuyu and asked, "Qiuyu, did you hear Feiyang's voice?" "Yes." Lu Qiuyu nodded. "It seems that we missed him too much and had an illusion at the same time." The Emperor shook his head and smiled. Lu Qiuyu nodded. "Your Majesty, Queen Goddess, it shouldn't be an illusion, right? Because we heard it too." The two maids looked at each other and said, "You heard it too?" The couple was stunned. "Yes. It's indeed His Highness's voice." The two nodded. The couple looked at each other and immediately got up. They ran to the balcony and saw a group of people descending from below. Wasn't the person at the front the child that they had been thinking about day and night? "Mother, father." Qin Feiyang landed on the balcony with a smile on his face. Lu Qiuyu looked at Qin Feiyang and said in a daze, "Why are you back? Are we dreaming?" "Pinch it." Qin Feiyang grabbed Lu Qiuyu's hand and put it on his face. Lu Qiuyu gently pinched it with her fingers, then immediately looked at the Emperor and said, "It's Feiyang." The Emperor was stunned, then suddenly patted Qin Feiyang's head and said, You brat, why didn't you tell me you were back? Can that still be called a surprise? Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Ha ha. The emperor laughed loudly. The father and son immediately hugged each other, and the scene was extremely harmonious. Lu Qiuyu was also full of smiles. But suddenly, she looked at Qin Batian and the others in front of her, and her face suddenly froze. At the same time, the emperor who was hugging Qin Feiyang also saw Qin Batian and the others. His eyes were fixed on Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang, and there was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Chapter 2965. At the same time, Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang were also looking at the couple. These were their descendants, the current emperor and empress. Feiyang. The emperor let go of Qin Feiyang and looked at Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang in a daze, murmuring, "They." Whoosh! At this moment, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, several more figures broke through the air. Qin Feiyang's previous shout almost alarmed more than half of the imperial palace. Now it was Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen, Li Jian, Old Qin, Qin Sheng and others who rushed over. "Is Feiyang back?" From afar, Emperor Hong's voice came over. "Great-grandfather, it's me." Qin Feiyang responded. "You stinking brat, every time you come back, no one knows." Emperor Hong laughed and scolded. "Emperor Hong, this is called a surprise." Old Qin's voice sounded. Soon, several people landed in the sky above the autumn rain building. But when they saw everyone, they were stunned. There were so many people? Wait! Suddenly, several people also looked at Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang, their faces full of disbelief. Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang also looked up at several people. "Father!" Emperor Hong looked at Qin Batian's face, and his mind suddenly felt like a bolt from the blue. That's right. This was father. Although 10,000 years had passed, there was not much change. "Grandfather!" Emperor Chen's eyes also trembled. As the son of Emperor Hong, Emperor Chen was naturally Qin Batian's grandson. "Feiyang!" The emperor pulled Qin Feiyang's clothes. "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang looked at his father suspiciously. "They." The emperor looked at Qin Batian and Old Qin, bewildered to the extreme. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "They are standing in front of you, how can you not recognize them?" Of course, he knew that his father had already recognized him. It was just that it was too sudden, and he didn't dare to believe it for a moment. Lu Qiuyu asked, "In other words, we're not dreaming?" "Of course it's not a dream. A living person is standing right in front of me." Qin Feiyang smiled. The husband and wife quivered. They quickly rose into the air and landed in front of Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang. They knelt in the air and said respectfully, "Unfilial descendants pay respect to the two ancestors." Lu Xingyang and Qin Batian looked at the couple and smiled. They stretched out their hands and said, "Get up!" The couple stood up and looked at the two of them. Like children, they were at a loss of what to do. "Father, it really is father," Emperor Hong muttered. "It really is grandpa." Emperor Chen was trembling as well. Suddenly, the two looked at each other and ran down at the same time. They knelt in front of Qin Batian and said, "Unfilial son Qin Hong, unfilial grandson Qin Chen, kowtow and salute to father and grandfather." "Good, good, good." Qin Batian nodded repeatedly. He personally helped the two of them up, only to see that the two of them were already in tears. "Father, you're finally back!" Emperor Hong grabbed Qin Batian's hand, his eyes full of tears. I'm back. Qin Batian nodded. His eyes could not help but moisten. He looked at Emperor Hong and said with a smile, "That little guy from back then has become so old." "Yes. This child is old, but father, you're still strong. You haven't changed at all." Emperor Hong nodded, snot and tears running down his face. "Sigh. I've let you down. Back then, when you were still so young, I left you behind and went to the ancient world. I put all the burden of great Qin on you. Child, do you hate me?" Qin Batian said. "I..." Emperor Hong lowered his head. I know, you must hate me. I also admit that I'm not a dutiful father. I can face everyone in the world calmly, but only you. I'm sorry. Qin Beixian's face was full of self-blame. No. Emperor Hong hurriedly shook his head. He looked up at Qin Batian and said, I did blame you before. Great Qin had just been established and hadn't even stabilized yet, but you left, leaving me to face it alone. At that time, I really didn't know what to do. But I know that Great Qin is your blood and sweat. I can't let Great Qin collapse like this. That's why I've always worked hard to protect this country. I can't give it to you and bring shame to the Qin bloodline. Father, look, I've done it. Great Qin is still here. Your blood and sweat is still here. I didn't lose face for you. Emperor Hong cried like a child. I saw it all. Father is proud of you. Qin Batian nodded. Hate. If it were anyone else in this situation, they would be filled with hatred. But I know that you must have something great to do. As time passed, this hatred also became my longing for you. I've been thinking of you coming back all the time. Sometimes, I even dreamed of you coming back. And when I woke up and realized that all of this was fake, do you know how painful it was in my heart? I even thought that you'd already died outside. But when Feiyang came back from the ancient world, he told me that you were still alive. And you're still fighting for the people of the ancient world. Do you know how excited I was when I heard this news? Father, as long as you're alive, I'm satisfied. Emperor Hong closed his eyes, tears flowing down uncontrollably. Thank you for your understanding. Qin Batian patted the back of Emperor Hong's old hand, the guilt in his heart growing stronger. Father! Emperor Hong couldn't hold it in anymore. He threw himself into Qin Beixian's arms, completely ignoring his image, and burst into tears. A white-haired old man throwing himself into a middle-aged man's arms and crying. To be honest, this was a very comical scene. But at this moment, no one made fun of him. They were only moved. Everyone silently looked at the father and son, tears welling up in their eyes. Qin Batian patted Emperor Hong's back, and comforted him. All right, you're already an old man, and you're still crying like this. Aren't you afraid that the juniors will laugh at you? I'm not afraid. Emperor Hong shook his head and hugged Qin Batian tightly, as if he was afraid that he would disappear in the next moment. Whiz! At this moment, many more people rushed over. There were guards, palace maids, and eunuchs. Among them were Qin Feiyang's younger brothers and sisters, such as Qin Yun, Qin Ji, and so on. After more than 10 years, they had become more mature, and their sisters had become more beautiful and moving. They were also attracted by Qin Feiyang's shout from before. What's going on? But when they entered the Autumn Rain building, they saw that there were actually so many people there. What was even more inconceivable was that his great-grandfather was crying in the arms of a middle-aged man? This was too funny. Ahem. Qin Feiyang dryly coughed and reminded. Great-grandfather, my brothers and sisters are all here. So what if they're here? What are you afraid of? Emperor Hong angrily rebuked, looked up, and hurriedly got out of Qin Beixian's arms, and smiled embarrassedly. They really came. You think I'm lying to you? Qin Feiyang smiled. Emperor Hong glared at Qin Feiyang, wiped the tears on his face, and pulled Emperor Qin over with a smile. Father, this is my son, your grandson, Qin Chun. Grandfather. Emperor Qin bowed. Qin Batian looked at Emperor Qin and joked. Even my grandson is old, I should admit that I'm old. At this moment, everyone laughed. What? Father? Grandfather? Those palace maids, eunuchs, guards, and Qin Yun were dumbfounded. Great-grandfather's father? Grandfather's grandfather? Wasn't this? A figure immediately appeared in their minds. The ancestor of the Qin clan, the founding emperor, Emperor Qin. Could it be? They hurriedly ran to the emperor and his wife and looked at Qin Batian. When they saw his face clearly, their eyes suddenly trembled. As the descendants of the Qin clan, who didn't know what Emperor Qin looked like, the man in front of them was exactly the same as the statue in the land of inheritance in the back mountain. Emperor Qin, it's really him. They were dumbfounded on the spot. Not only did their elder brother come back, but their ancestor also came back. Emperor Hong waved to the emperor and his wife and said with a smile, "You too, come here." The couple walked over. Emperor Hong said with a smile, "Father, they are my grandson and granddaughter-in-law." "Yes." Qin Batian nodded, looked at the couple, and said, "Thank you for your hard work." "Not at all, not at all." The emperor hurriedly waved his hand. As the emperor of a country, the highest power of the great Qin, his means and courage were naturally quite impressive, but at this moment, in front of Qin Batian, he was incomparably reserved. "You guys come over too." Emperor Hong waved to Qin Yun and the others. They hurriedly walked over. Emperor Hong looked at them and said with a kind smile, "Do you recognize him?" "Yes." They nodded, their eyes fixed on Qin Batian. "Father, these are the children of the two of them, and also Fei Yang's younger brother and sister." Emperor Hong looked at Qin Batian and said with a smile. Qin Batian glanced at them and said with a smile, "Not bad, my Qin clan can be considered prosperous." Emperor Hong looked at them and said, "What are you guys still standing there for? Quickly kneel down!" Oh. The few of them nodded and hurriedly knelt in the air, saying respectfully, "Greetings, ancestor." Good. Qin Batian nodded, his face full of gratification. "So lively?" At this time, a slightly cold voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw an imposing young man with an outstanding temperament, stepping on the air. Qin Feiyang looked up, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. That's right. This person was Qin Haotian. He was also attracted by Qin Feiyang's voice. Originally, he thought that only Qin Feiyang had returned, but he didn't expect there to be so many people. "Haotian, come here quickly!" Emperor Hong waved his hand. Qin Haotian scanned the audience, and when his gaze fell on Qin Batian and Lu Jingyang, his pupils suddenly shrank. But then, he returned to normal and landed directly in front of Qin Feiyang. Emperor Hong frowned and said, "I told you to come over, what are you doing in front of your big brother?" Qin Haotian didn't say a word, looking at Qin Feiyang, as if to distinguish between real and fake. "Don't look, it's the real deal." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Greetings, big brother." Qin Haotian smiled and bowed. "Big brother," Qin Feiyang murmured. "Don't misunderstand, I just politely called you big brother in public, I don't really like you," Qin Haotian said lightly. "You brat." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. "Batian, this kid's temperament is not bad." Lu Jingyang looked at Qin Haotian and laughed in a low voice. Qin Batian nodded his head. Even without mentioning Qin Wentian's talent, Qin Baishan's temperament wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. Chapter 2966. After greeting Qin Feiyang, Qin Haotian walked in front of Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong pulled Qin Haotian and said with a smile, "Haotian, let me introduce you." "No need to explain, I know who they are." Qin Haotian shook his head and bowed. "Qin Haotian, descendant of the Qin clan, greets the two ancestors." "Good." The two nodded. Qin Batian asked with a smile, "I heard that you have also reached ancestral awakening?" "Yes." Qin Haotian waved his hand, and a wisp of purple gold dragon power appeared. Not bad, my Qin clan finally has a successor." Qin Batian nodded and laughed. Qin Haotian asked suspiciously, "Ancestor, what do you mean big brother doesn't count?" "Count, definitely count. You are all good sons of my Qin clan, the future of the Qin clan depends on you," Qin Batian said. "Ancestor, you are young and strong, why do you say such old words? With you here, the future of the Qin clan, do you still need us to contribute?" Qin Feiyang laughed mischievously. "What? Are you ready to be a hands-off shopkeeper?" Qin Batian stared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "I don't. If there's anything you need me for, just say the word. You stinking brat. Look at yourself, even your great-grandfather and grandfather are so old, let alone me. Shouldn't I be a little older?" Qin Batian rolled his eyes. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly. Emperor Hong said, Father, don't keep standing here, let's go in and talk slowly. There are so many of us, can we sit in the room? Qin Batian smiled. Of course, of course. The emperor nodded and hurriedly led the way. A group of people entered the hall one after another. Don't say. There were too many people, it was really crowded. But no one cared. Beside the coffee table, Qin Batian looked at Yi Zhong and said with a smile, Brother Yi, please take a seat. No need, this old man is fine. Yi Zhong waved his hand and smiled. How can that be? You are our esteemed guest. How can we neglect you? Qin Batian shook his head. At this moment, Emperor Hong and the others finally noticed Yi Zhong. In fact, they had seen them before, but they only thought that they were Qin Batian's subordinates. But looking at it now, it didn't seem right. He was actually so polite. Emperor Hong looked at Qin Batian and asked suspiciously, Father, this is? I haven't had the chance to introduce him yet. This is Yi Zhong. He's a famous figure in the ancient realm. This time, we invited him to visit the great Qin Empire. Furthermore, he has another identity. Qin Batian smiled mysteriously and kept them in suspense. What identity? Everyone was surprised. Qin Batian smiled and said, He is Feiyang's master. Feiyang's master! Everyone's heart trembled. They were very clear about Qin Feiyang's strength. It was not an ordinary strength. But this old man was actually Qin Feiyang's master? Then how terrifying was his strength? It can be said that in the current ancient realm, he can be considered one of the strongest. Qin Batian said with a smile. One of the strongest. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly bowed, saying, Greetings, old Senior Yi. Including Emperor Hong and Emperor Qin. Not to mention this person's strength, just saying that he was Qin Feiyang's master was enough to treat him as an esteemed guest. You're welcome. Yi Zhong waved his hand and smiled and said, Don't listen to Qin Batian's nonsense. This old man is just an ordinary person. Old Senior is too modest. Emperor Hong shook his head and smiled. To be able to become Qin Feiyang's master, how could he be an ordinary person? Moreover, with Qin Feiyang's eyesight, he would not take an ordinary person seriously, let alone acknowledge him as his master. And Qin Batian pointed to Yi Qing and the other two and said with a smile, He is Yi Cheng, Brother Ye's younger brother, and she is Yi Shuer, Brother Ye's granddaughter, and this old man is Brother Ye's father. Shuer greets uncle, auntie, uncle's grandfather. Yi Shuer bowed to everyone. You're welcome, you're welcome. Lu Qiuyu waved her hand. She was really a sensible and well-behaved little girl, and said with a smile, In the future, treat this as your own home. Don't be reserved. Okay, auntie. Yi Shuer smiled sweetly. White-eyed Wolf muttered, Little Qin Zi, this little girl is too honest now. This was not Yi Shuer's character. It's a little abnormal. Qin Feiyang secretly nodded. At this moment, Lu Qiuyu walked in front of the mermaid princess, grabbed the mermaid princess's hand, and said with a smile, Girl, you must have suffered with Feiyang all these years. No. The mermaid princess shook her head. Lu Qiuyu smiled slightly, then looked at Zhao Tailai and the others, and said with a smile, No matter what, it's good that you're back. A smile appeared on everyone's face. Lu Qiuyu looked outside, then looked at everyone, and said with a smile, It's only evening. I'll go tell the Imperial Kitchen to prepare some food and wine for you all to have a good gathering. I'll go too. The Emperor stood up and said. Lu Qiuyu said, Don't you want to stay with everyone? Feiyang and the others will accompany me. The Emperor smiled, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Treat everyone well. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded, and there was a trace of suspicion in his eyes. What was wrong with his father? As the master of the Imperial Palace, why didn't he stay to accompany them? What's wrong with you? When the couple walked out of the Qiuyu pavilion, Lu Qiuyu also looked at the Emperor suspiciously. This time I brought back so many powerhouses, the pressure is a bit too much. Let me take a break first, the Emperor said. Lu Qiuyu was stunned, and then she laughed. Laugh all you want! The emperor pursed his lips, and said in a low voice, Say, how strong is Fei Yang's master? How would I know? But seeing how the two old ancestors are so polite, he must be extraordinary. Lu Qiuyu said. The emperor shook his head, and said with a smile, Our child is capable. Of course, who gave birth to him? Lu Qiuyu said proudly. The emperor said, Then it's my share. What does it have to do with you? Fei Yang came from my stomach. Lu Qiuyu said. The emperor looked around, and seeing that there was no one around, he laughed and said, Then if I don't sow seeds, would you be able to conceive him? What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Qiuyu's cheeks turned red, and she glared at the man in front of her. The older he got, the more indecent he became. In the hall, the two maids kept bringing chairs and chairs, and everyone took their seats one after another. The big black wolf and other fierce beasts turned into palm-sized beasts, either lying on Qin Fei Yang's legs or lying on Qin Fei Yang's shoulders. The five-clawed golden dragon transformed into a human form and sat with Zhao Tailai and the others. Qin Fei Yang took a sip of tea, looked at Lu Xingyang, and asked with a smile, Do you want to inform the Lu family? Lu Xingyang waved his hand and said with a smile, No need, I'll go to the Lu family tomorrow to take a look. Then I'll go together and see the Lu family's descendant. Qin Batian said with a smile. Emperor Hong said, Then father, tell us about the ancient world now. The ancient world. It's a place full of opportunities, but also full of danger. Qin Batian slowly explained. Everyone was fascinated. Qin Haotian looked at everyone and said, Big brother, let's go out and talk. Qin Fei Yang was slightly taken aback, looked at Qin Haotian, and nodded. Then the two got up, walked to the pavilion outside, and sat opposite each other. Tea or wine? Qin Haotian asked. Wine. Qin Fei Yang smiled slightly. And? Qin Haotian looked at Qin Fei Yang in surprise. Qin Fei Yang said with a smile, Brothers are reunited, of course we have to drink, right? Okay. Qin Haotian nodded and took out a wine jar and 2 wine cups from his cosmos bag. As he poured the wine, he said, I thought that it would be another few hundred years or even longer before you could return after you left. Qin Fei Yang said with a smile, Things went smoothly beyond my imagination. Then this time, you won't leave again. Qin Haotian pushed the wine cup in front of Qin Fei Yang. What's wrong? You want to unload the burden so soon? Qin Fei Yang held the wine cup, took a sip, and said with a smile, You don't know, but I've been following my father for more than 10 years, learning how to deal with the state affairs. It's really annoying. Qin Haotian shook his head and sighed, then raised his head and drank the wine in the cup. You've only just arrived, and you're already annoyed. When you succeed the throne in the future, won't you complain all day long? Qin Fei Yang was speechless. I really didn't think of that. I was looking forward to you coming back sooner. Now that you're back, it's better for you to do it. Qin Haotian said. Qin Fei Yang murmured, looked up at the night sky, and a cold light gradually appeared in his eyes. What's wrong? The matter of the ancient world hasn't been settled yet? Qin Haotian was suspicious. The matter of the ancient world has been settled, but there's a new battle waiting for me. And it's more dangerous than the ancient world. Qin Fei Yang retracted his gaze and said with a faint smile, Again? You're not done, right? Qin Haotian frowned. Who doesn't want to live a normal life? But you also know that most of the time, we don't have a choice. Just like when you succeed the throne, you have to do it even if you don't want to. Qin Fei Yang sighed. So, this time you're back, you're only staying for a few days? Qin Haotian raised his eyebrows. Prepared to choose a date to marry your sister-in-law. Qin Fei Yang smiled. Marry? Qin Haotian was stunned. Qin Fei Yang said, After so many years, it's time to give her a status, right? Qin Haotian looked at the attic, then looked at Qin Fei Yang, and couldn't react for a while. They're actually going to get married? What's wrong? You seem to be a little unhappy? Qin Fei Yang smiled. This is a matter between you and sister-in-law. Why would I be unhappy? It's just that it's too sudden. Qin Haotian shook his head. Then when the time comes, you have to prepare a big gift. I don't want it if it's too light. Qin Feiyang smiled. With your current strength and status, is there anything that can catch your eye? Qin Haotian pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled, saying, How is it? Have you met a girl you fell in love with at first sight? Qin Haotian was stunned and looked a little uncomfortable, saying, I'm talking about you. Why are you talking about me? You're not young anymore. You can go find one. Qin Feiyang smiled. If you're not in a hurry, why should I be? You'd better deal with your own affairs first. Qin Haotian took a sip of wine and said indifferently. Qin Feiyang also picked up his wine glass again and said with a smile, It's really good for us brothers to sit together like this, drinking wine calmly and chatting. Hearing this, Qin Haotian's eyes couldn't help but ripple, and then he smiled at Qin Feiyang. Let's vote, brothers. Chapter 2967. You two brothers are already drinking? Lu Qiuyu and the Emperor walked in hand. They looked at Qin Feiyang and Qin Haotian sitting in the pavilion and smiled. Just a little bit. Qin Feiyang smiled. Then I'll drink with you too. Qiuyu, go in and entertain everyone. The Emperor patted Lu Qiuyu's shoulder and strode into the pavilion. Lu Qiuyu shook her head and followed into the pavilion. Father, why don't you go in? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. There's pressure. The Emperor shook his head. What pressure? Qin Haotian took out a wine cup and poured wine while asking. The Emperor said, How can there not be pressure when so many experts are gathered together? What does that have to do with anything? We're not outsiders. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. We're not outsiders, but we're not familiar with each other yet. Let me get used to it first. The Emperor held the wine cup and drank it in one gulp. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, What's your master's cultivation level? Perfection imperishable stage. Qin Feiyang said. Is he very strong? The Emperor was stunned. Very strong. I'm only a half-step imperishable stage now. Let's put it this way. Master's strength is not inferior to our ancestors. He can destroy the entire Great Qin with a flick of his finger. Qin Feiyang smiled. Impressive. The Emperor was speechless. There is such a huge difference between your cultivation and that of your master. Can you defeat him? Qin Haotian looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang was stunned and shook his head. That's going against your master. I'm just saying. What does it matter? Qin Haotian pouted. In terms of cultivation, I'm definitely not as strong as master. But if I use all my means, I should be able to defeat him. Qin Feiyang smiled. Qin Haotian was surprised. Then you can be called the strongest person in the ancient world? I wouldn't dare. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile. We must be modest, understand? I really didn't realize how humble you are. Qin Haotian rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. To be honest, in the outside world, my strength is really nothing. For example, I have a friend called Man. His strength is no weaker than mine. So powerful? Qin Haotian and the Emperor looked at each other. Yes. When we fought the dragons, he almost single-handedly wiped out the dragons. Even those at the great perfection imperishable stage would have to make a detour when they see him. There's another young man. I don't know his name. Anyway, he's very mysterious. His strength is even more terrifying. He even dares to openly provoke the dragons. As for the dragons, I should have told you before that they are the rulers of the ancient world. Qin Feiyang smiled. Now that you mention it, the outside world is really full of experts. The Emperor shook his head. So, we can't be complacent. We must keep a low profile and be humble. After all, there's always a higher mountain. However, you don't have to worry. No matter how chaotic the outside world is, it won't affect the Great Qin. Qin Feiyang smiled. We're not worried about ourselves, but about you. We were afraid that something would happen to you outside. But now that you're back, everything is in the past. From now on, our family will live peacefully like this." The Emperor smiled. Qin Haotian pursed his lips and said, "Father, big brother, he, cough, cough." Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and interrupted Qin Haotian. "What?" The Emperor looked at Qin Haotian suspiciously. Qin Haotian glanced at Qin Feiyang and then looked at the Emperor with a smile. "Nothing. I just wanted to say that big brother is getting married." He originally thought that Qin Feiyang would leave, but it seemed that Qin Feiyang didn't want him to say it. "Get married?" The Emperor was slightly taken aback. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Really?" "I do plan to." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. "This is a good thing. You're finally enlightened. Good, good, good. Tomorrow, I'll go find someone and choose an auspicious day to go to the Sea of Despair to propose marriage to the Mermaid Emperor." The Emperor was overjoyed. If there was one thing he was most concerned about, it would undoubtedly be Qin Feiyang's marriage. "Father, don't be anxious. I haven't asked her yet," Qin Feiyang said. "Yu has followed you for so many years. What does she want from you? Doesn't she just want to be with you? There's no need to ask. She'll definitely agree." The Emperor waved his hand. "It's better to ask. After all, it's a matter between two people." Qin Feiyang smiled. Unable to dissuade Qin Feiyang, he could only agree. The Emperor nodded and said, Okay. Hurry up and find a time to have a good chat with her. We'll settle it for her as soon as possible." "Father, why do I feel that you're more anxious than big brother?" Qin Haotian looked at the Emperor jokingly. "Of course I'm anxious. How old are they? Look at Ling Yunfei and the others. Their children are already running around. Only your big brother doesn't seem to be anxious all day long. And don't just talk about your big brother. You should also work harder." The Emperor glared at Qin Haotian. "Why should I work harder?" Qin Haotian shook his head. "You're not young anymore. It's time to think about it. But let me tell you, finding a wife is the most important thing in life. You must choose carefully," the Emperor said. "Got it." Qin Haotian waved his hand impatiently. "You're still impatient? Let me tell you, this woman must be virtuous, well-educated, and sensible. Especially the relationship between family members. This woman is very important. For example, those narrow-minded and selfish women. If you marry them, it will affect the harmony of the family." "I will absolutely not allow this kind of thing to happen. Because we are a family, so we must live in harmony," the Emperor said. Yes. Qin Haotian nodded repeatedly. They shouldn't have discussed this. The Emperor suddenly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Feiyang, that girl called Yi Shuer, what's her character like?" "Yi Shuer?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He glanced at Qin Haotian and mocked. "Father, are you trying to pull strings to build a bridge? Don't let the goodies flow into the fields of outsiders." The Emperor chuckled softly. Qin Haotian raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Father, you're going too far. Don't talk about wind or rain, okay? She's a guest and a big shot in the ancient world. Why would she take a fancy to people from a small place like ours? What about a small place? Our Qin clan is not bad either. Look at your brother and your ancestors. They're not the same. They're all famous big shots," the Emperor said. "Enough. I don't have such thoughts now. Besides, can't you see that she's interested in big brother?" Qin Haotian was helpless. The Emperor was stunned. Qin Feiyang was also stunned. He looked at Qin Haotian unhappily and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? You're really hopeless. I knew something was wrong when I saw the way Yi Shuer looked at you. You've known her for so long, but you didn't notice it at all?" Qin Haotian shook his head. "What way?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "The way she looks at you with admiration." Qin Haotian rolled his eyes. Qin Feiyang was stunned. "No way, why didn't I see it?" The Emperor also looked suspicious. "Sigh." Qin Haotian shook his head and sighed. Why are you sighing? The Emperor frowned. There's an old saying that's true. Like father, like son. You're hopeless. Qin Haotian shook his head. Qin Feiyang and the Emperor looked at each other and suddenly got up and said angrily, You brat, are you looking for a beating? Qin Haotian was also prepared. He grinned and immediately got up to slip away. Brat. The Emperor laughed and then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, If that's the case, then you can consider it. Consider what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Your brother is right. You're hopeless. The Emperor glared at Qin Feiyang angrily and also got up and walked to the attic with his hands behind his back. Who did I offend? Qin Feiyang was speechless. Then, while drinking, he looked up at the night sky and recalled the scene when he was with Yi Shuer. Was there? The efficiency of the imperial kitchen was quite good. In less than an hour, several large tables of delicacies were delivered to them. Everyone sat and drank until the wee hours of the morning. Then, Lucio Yu arranged a place for everyone to stay. As a dignified imperial palace, there were countless palaces. No matter how many people came, they would all stay. Qin Batian, Lu Jingyang, Qin Yuan, and Yi Zhong followed Emperor Hong and Emperor Chen to the back mountain of the imperial palace. Not bad! Grandpa Hong, Grandpa Chen, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Yi Shuai looked around and giggled. Emperor Hong chuckled and said, If you like it, you can stay here in the future. Yi Shuai said, Then it's a deal, don't find me annoying in the future. No. We're happy to have more people to talk to. Emperor Hong laughed. What is this? Suddenly, Yi Shuai looked at the stone platform in the middle of the lake. There were a few statues on the stone platform. Qin Batian, Lu Jingyang, Yi Zhong, Yi Qing, and Old Man Yi also looked over suspiciously. This is the place of inheritance that Feiyang created for our Qin clan. Emperor Hong smiled. Place of inheritance? The few of them were stunned. Yes. All the skills he mastered were left here. And here there is his blood essence. This is specially left for the future descendants of our Qin clan. The reason why Haotian's bloodline could revert to its ancestor is because he received Feiyang's inheritance. Emperor Hong smiled slightly. It's really hard on him. Compared to what he has done, my Qin clan's ancestor is really not worth mentioning. Qin Batian shook his head and sighed. You have also done a lot for our Qin clan. Do you still remember the inheritance you left in the Merfolk clan and the drop of blood essence in the Imperial Jade Seal? Emperor Hong asked. Qin Batian nodded. It was because of your inheritance, and that drop of blood essence that Feiyang's bloodline reverted to its ancestor. Emperor Hong said. All of this is destined by the heavens. Qin Batian chuckled, then turned to look at Yi Zhong and asked with a smile. Brother Yi, are you used to it? Cultivators like us, aren't we the same wherever we go? Yi Zhong smiled slightly. That's good. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Qin Batian said. I won't be polite with you. Yi Zhong smiled. Then let's rest. Tomorrow I'll take you around. Qin Batian said. Okay. Yi Zhong nodded. Chapter 2968. At the same time. In the pavilion of the House of Autumn Rain. A man and a woman snuggled together, looking at the full moon in the night sky. It was very warm. Feiyang, it feels good to be home. That's right. The two of them were Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess. Yes. I really don't want to leave. Qin Feiyang smiled and nodded. I don't want to leave. The Mermaid Princess pondered for a while and said, Then why don't you let it go? Let it go. Qin Feiyang murmured and sighed. Chang Shui, Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged Emperor, Sword Emperor, White-Winged Emperor, Big Cousin, Inner Demons. How can I let go of all of them? The Mermaid Princess fell silent. Qin Feiyang looked down at the woman in his arms and asked, You're persuading me to let it go, but can you let it go yourself? The Mermaid Princess' expression stiffened, and she shook her head. The Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged Emperor, and white-winged emperor were her ancestors. How could she let it go? Qin Feiyang comforted her. Don't worry, I will definitely find them. Okay. The mermaid princess nodded. The two ancestors didn't mention these things. Obviously, they didn't want father and grandfather to know. So, we have to be careful when we talk in the future. Don't let it slip, Qin Feiyang said. I know. The mermaid princess replied. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, There's one more thing I want to discuss with you. What is it? The mermaid princess was stunned. Qin Feiyang hugged the mermaid princess tightly and whispered, Let's get married. The mermaid princess' body trembled. I've really let you down all these years. You've been living in fear and wandering around with me. I really don't know how to make it up to you. You also know that I'm a very dull person. I don't know how to sweet talk. But I promise that for the rest of my life, I will take good care of you, protect you, and make sure that you will never be sad or cry again. Qin Feiyang muttered. The mermaid princess couldn't help but tear up. She had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Sometimes, she even wanted to bring it up. However, she knew that Qin Feiyang was an ambitious and responsible man, so she didn't say anything and just quietly accompanied him. And now, Qin Feiyang had taken the initiative to speak. How could she not be happy? Will you marry me? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked into the eyes of the mermaid princess. Looking at Qin Feiyang's affectionate eyes, the mermaid princess's heart was beating wildly, and she couldn't calm down for a while. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Was she going to reject him? His heart was in a state of panic. Yes, I know. If you marry me, you will definitely be afraid in the future. After all, I still have to go to the 4th floor. But I swear that I will protect you with my life. Whoever dares to bully you, I will kill them! Qin Feiyang roared. Lower your voice, don't startle everyone. The mermaid princess quickly covered Qin Feiyang's mouth and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she was relieved. Don't be afraid. Qin Feiyang shook his head, grabbed the hands of the mermaid princess, and said, Marry me, I believe. No, I believe that I have the ability to take good care of you. Looking at Qin Feiyang's expectant eyes, the mermaid princess turned her head and leaned on the stone table, holding her chin with both hands. I'll think about it. What's there to think about? Qin Feiyang was anxious. The mermaid princess said without turning her head. Of course I have to think about it. But Qin Feiyang was really anxious. Looking at the side of the mermaid princess's face, for a moment, he was at a loss and didn't know what to do. The mermaid princess chuckled, lowered her head, and said with a red face, Silly, why would I refuse? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and then his spirit was lifted. Then you agree? What else? The mermaid princess rolled her eyes at him. Qin Feiyang suddenly cheered, picked up the mermaid princess, and spun around in the pavilion. What are you doing? Put me down, don't startle everyone. The mermaid princess struggled and said, No. If mother and the others see it, they will be happier than me. Qin Feiyang laughed. Why are you like a child? The mermaid princess shook her head helplessly and said, Put me down, I have something to say. Yes, madam. Qin Feiyang grinned and gently put the mermaid princess down. The two continued to sit at the stone table. The mermaid princess suspiciously asked, Why do you suddenly want to get married? You are so beautiful and gentle, I have to tie you up early, otherwise what if you run away with someone else? Qin Feiyang laughed. Really? The mermaid princess looked at him suspiciously. Of course it's true. If you run away with someone else, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Qin Feiyang nodded. At least you have a conscience. The mermaid princess snuggled in Qin Feiyang's arms again and said, I don't object to marriage, but you have to think about it. When a man has a family, there are more things to worry about. Your enemy is no longer the dragons, but the ice dragon, the small beast, and the countless powerhouses on the 4th floor. When facing them, even the slightest hesitation will make you regret it for the rest of your life. I know. Qin Feiyang nodded. So? the mermaid princess asked. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Let's get married first and have children in the future. If we don't have children, there won't be so many worries. Who wants to have children with you? The mermaid princess's cheeks suddenly burned. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, If you don't have children with me, who will? Some women. Look at Sister Shangguan, Sister Yuer, and Yi. Which one of them isn't infatuated with you? Also, Shuer is also interested in you. The mermaid princess said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Only a fool like you can't see it. The mermaid princess shook her head. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, But you know, I only have you in my heart. I know. However, I really don't object to you marrying home. The mermaid princess said with a smile. Are you testing me? Qin Feiyang frowned. Am I in the mood? I'm telling the truth. The princess of the human race was helpless. But Shangguan Fenglan told me that all women in the world actually want a complete relationship. Qin Feiyang said. Then you can treat me as an exception. Actually, if it were other women, I would definitely not agree. If you dare to take the initiative to provoke them, I will hate you for the rest of my life. However, Shangguan Qiu and the rest are different. For you, they have sacrificed too much. Not to mention others, even I am touched. The most important thing is that I get along with them, so I don't mind. Didn't great-grandpa and grandpa always say that the Qin family has too few descendants? They even forced uncle and auntie to keep having children. This is an opportunity. As long as you marry Sister Shangguan and the rest, won't you have a lot of children and grandchildren in the future? The mermaid princess said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly, rubbed the mermaid princess' head, and said, You are really a silly girl. I know so many women, but you are the only one who pushed your man into the arms of other women. Silly people have silly luck. The mermaid princess giggled. Silly luck? I think you are just silly. All right, in this life, I only have you in my heart, and it will be the same in the next life. In the next life after that, I will still pester you. So, don't think about running away. Qin Feiyang hugged the mermaid princess' slender waist tightly and said affectionately. The mermaid princess looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, Really? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the mermaid princess's cheeks and red lips. For a moment, there was a different kind of restlessness in his heart. He said in a low voice, How about we enter the bridal chamber tonight? Dirty! The mermaid princess immediately began to struggle. But Qin Feiyang hugged her tightly and couldn't break free. Then she gave up and let Qin Feiyang do whatever he wanted. Be gentle, it hurts. I'm very gentle, okay? Come here for a while. Yes, here. Is it comfortable? Yes, it's comfortable. In front of the attic. Lu Qiuyu looked at the pavilion suspiciously and said, What are these two children doing? A man and a woman alone, what else can they do? The emperor walked over, looked at the pavilion in the night, and smiled. Hearing this, Lu Qiuyu's cheeks turned slightly red. Let's go, don't look, don't disturb them. The emperor dragged Lu Qiuyu to the second floor. In fact, the two of them didn't do anything. Qin Feiyang was purely massaging the mermaid princess. The next day, early morning. On the second floor, in a room. The mermaid princess woke up and found that Qin Feiyang had been holding her tightly. Her heart couldn't help but be filled with happiness. Hearing a sound in the backyard, she knew that Lu Qiuyu was making breakfast, so she gently pulled away Qin Feiyang's hand and prepared to get up. Sleep a little longer. Qin Feiyang suddenly pulled her back again. You're awake? The mermaid princess was stunned. No! Qin Feiyang shook his head, his eyes still closed. You're not awake, are you talking in your sleep? The mermaid princess rolled her eyes and said, Let go of me, I'll help Auntie cook. No need to help, mother can do it alone. Sleep a little longer. Qin Feiyang hugged the mermaid princess and didn't let go. The mermaid princess shook her head helplessly. After dawdling for a long time, the two of them finally got up. Qin Feiyang stretched and said, I slept so well. The mermaid princess tidied up her clothes and said, You slept well, but I was tortured by you. How did I torture you? Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at her suspiciously. After being together for so many years, I only just realized that you snore when you sleep. It's so noisy that I can't sleep well all night. The mermaid princess stared at Qin Feiyang snappily. Snore? Why don't I know? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Which person who snores would know that he snores? The mermaid princess rolled her eyes. That's probably because I'm tired. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. All right, hurry up, go downstairs and wash up. The mermaid princess took Qin Feiyang's clothes from the hanger and threw them to Qin Feiyang. Then she opened the door and walked out. Do I really snore? Qin Feiyang took the clothes and looked at the mermaid princess and mumbled. Chapter 2969. In the hall. On the dining table, there were already more than a dozen delicious dishes neatly arranged. Lu Qiuyu was busy, but her face was full of smiles. Aunt! Mermaid Princess went downstairs. Lu Qiuyu smiled and said, You're awake, did you sleep well last night? Listen well. Mermaid Princess nodded and said apologetically, I originally wanted to get up and help, but Feiyang, no need to explain, no need to explain. Aunt is experienced, I understand. Lu Qiuyu hurriedly waved her hand. Aunt, it's not, Mermaid Princess hurriedly said, but before she could finish, Lu Qiuyu returned to the backyard. It's not what you think. Mermaid Princess shook her head and went into the bathroom. Soon, Lu Qiuyu came back with 2 bowls of millet porridge. Mermaid Princess had also finished washing up. She walked to the table, smelled it, and said with a smile, It smells good. It smells good. Eat more later. Lu Qiuyu smiled. Yes, Aunt. Mermaid Princess nodded and giggled. Lu Qiuyu rubbed Mermaid Princess's head and turned to enter the backyard. Wait! Suddenly, Lu Qiuyu turned to look at Mermaid Princess and said, Girl, shouldn't you change your way of addressing me? Mermaid Princess looked at the table full of side dishes and couldn't help but want to steal some. Suddenly, she heard Lu Qiuyu's voice and was startled. She quickly retracted her hand and looked at Lu Qiuyu. As for Lu Qiuyu's words, she didn't hear it clearly. Forget it if you didn't hear it. Lu Qiuyu shook her head. Mermaid Princess scratched her head and asked, Auntie, did Feiyang snore when he was young? Snore? Lu Qiuyu was startled, and shook her head. No, he sleeps very quietly. Really? Mermaid Princess asked. Yes. Lu Qiuyu nodded, and then returned to the backyard. And I'll help you. The Mermaid Princess ran in as well. At this moment, Qin Feiyang also walked down lazily. Da-da! Meanwhile, following a series of steady footsteps, the Emperor walked in wearing a dragon robe and a dragon crown. Father, good morning! Qin Feiyang reached out his hand to say hello and then walked towards the bathroom. Early? The Emperor was slightly stunned. He turned to look at the sun outside and frowned. You brat, don't tell me you just woke up now. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked back at the Emperor and asked, What's wrong? I've already returned from morning court and you're only up now. You're really good at sleeping, Diwang said. Haven't you slept for a long time? Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. The Emperor rolled his eyes and smiled ambiguously. First time, I understand. After saying that, he went upstairs. First time? Understand? What the hell? Qin Feiyang scratched his head in confusion, then turned around and entered the bathroom. A moment later, Lu Qiuyu and the Mermaid Princess came out from the backyard. The Emperor had also changed into ordinary clothes. It's time to eat. Lu Qiuyu smiled. Qin Feiyang walked out of the bathroom, looking a lot more energetic. Where are the others? Seeing that there was only his family, Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously. Lu Qiuyu said, Your master, your grandfather, and great-grandfather all followed the 2 ancestors to the Lu family. Qin Feiyang said, What about the white-eyed wolf and the others? The white-eyed wolf took a group of fierce beasts and left early in the morning. I don't know where they went. Lu Qiuyu shook her head. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked again. What about Chao Tailai and those divine generals? Lu Qiuyu said. They all went out early. Qin Feiyang said in astonishment. So you're saying that we're the only ones who just woke up? You just found out. Lu Qiuyu rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang, but her hands kept picking up food for the mermaid princess and said with a smile, Girl, eat more. Okay. Auntie, the food you cook is so delicious. The mermaid princess giggled. Lu Qiuyu smiled and said, We will be a family from now on. I will cook for you every day. How can that be? You have worked hard all your life. It's time for me and Feiyang to take care of you and Uncle. Mermaid Princess hurriedly said. We don't need you to take care of us. You just need to eat. If you really want to thank us, then give us a few fat boys as soon as possible. Lu Qiuyu smiled. Mermaid Princess suddenly blushed, lowered her head, and ate silently. Mother, did I snore when I was young? Qin Feiyang suddenly looked up at Lu Qiuyu and asked. Snore? Lu Qiuyu was stunned. She looked at Qin Feiyang, and then looked at the mermaid princess with a strange expression. You didn't snore when you were young, the emperor said. Did you hear that? I don't snore, so I must be too tired. Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess and smiled proudly. Such a big table of food, can't you stuff your mouth? Mermaid Princess stared at Qin Feiyang. That? The emperor looked at Mermaid Princess and said with a smile. Girl, you should change the way you address me. Change the way I address you? Mermaid Princess was stunned. Yeah, you already have, Feiyang. Just as the emperor said this, he felt a cold gaze. He looked up at Lu Qiuyu. Eat your food, you talk too much. Lu Qiuyu stared at the emperor. The emperor smiled embarrassedly. Mermaid Princess looked at the two and asked, Auntie, Uncle, did you misunderstand something? It's okay, it's okay. The era is more open now. Moreover, you are both young people. It's understandable. We're not so old-fashioned. Lu Qiuyu smiled. Auntie, you really misunderstood. Feiyang and I just slept together. We didn't do anything. Mermaid Princess hurriedly explained. Don't be shy, it's okay. Eat quickly, eat quickly. Nourish your body. Lu Qiuyu waved her hand. Auntie, Mermaid Princess looked anxious. Suddenly, she found Qin Feiyang, who was sitting at the side, secretly laughing. She glared at him and said angrily, You're too much. It's fine if you don't help me explain, but you're actually laughing? You already said that we slept together last night. How can I explain it clearly? Qin Feiyang said. Mermaid Princess said anxiously. But last night, we really didn't do anything. If it's you, would you believe it? Besides, I'm a normal man. A normal man hugging a beautiful woman like you to sleep and didn't do anything? Who do you think will believe it? Qin Feiyang secretly said. You! Mermaid Princess was extremely angry. But suddenly, she rolled her eyes and said telepathically, So you're saying that you're not normal? What's wrong with me? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Because you really didn't do anything to me last night. Doesn't that mean that you're not normal? Mermaid Princess joked. Qin Feiyang looked at Mermaid Princess in shock. This girl actually turned against him? Okay. Let's go in again and see if I'm normal or not. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed. Damn hooligan! Mermaid Princess blushed and secretly cursed. Lu Qiuyu looked up at the two of them and asked suspiciously, What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and eat! Okay. The two of them nodded repeatedly. Haha, it's better to come at the right time than early. Suddenly, a hearty laugh sounded outside the door. The family looked up and saw a familiar figure standing outside the door. Ling Yunfei? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Why? You're not welcome. Ling Yunfei laughed and directly entered the house. Welcome. Qin Feiyang got up and greeted him. After the two brothers gave each other a bear hug, Qin Feiyang looked behind and asked, Where's your wife and daughter? Women are troublesome. They have to dress up before going out. I couldn't wait any longer, so I came first. Ling Yunfei shook his head, patted Qin Feiyang, and asked, How is it? Is the matter in the ancient world going smoothly? If not, would I be back so soon? Qin Feiyang smiled. It's been more than 10 years. How is it soon? Ling Yunfei shook his head, walked to the emperor and Lu Qiuyu, and said with a smile, Auntie-uncle, have you eaten? If not, I'll get you a bowl and chopsticks. Lu Qiuyu smiled. No need to trouble yourself. I've already eaten. Ling Yunfei smiled slightly, looked at Mermaid Princess, and said in surprise, Isn't this little fishy? Long time no see. Do you miss your brother? Miss you, my ass. Mermaid Princess rolled her eyes. Heartless! Ling Yunfei shook his head, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, Your wife should be disciplined more, or she'll go to heaven sooner or later. You're a henpecked man. Are you qualified to say that? Qin Feiyang despised and walked to the table to continue eating. What do you mean by that? I'm a henpecked man? I just don't want to bicker with a woman. If I really go crazy. Ling Yunfei was speaking with a smile of exultation, but the complexions of Qin Feiyang and the others had become strange. Because at this time, 3 more people came in. These 3 people were Zhao Shuanger, Lu Ji, and a girl. Zhao Shuanger made a gesture to Qin Feiyang and the others to keep quiet. She quietly walked behind Ling Yunfei with Lu Ji and the girl. Qin Feiyang's face suddenly became playful. He looked at Ling Yunfei and said, What if I go crazy? Ling Yunfei didn't notice Zhao Shuanger behind him and said, If I go crazy, that woman surnamed Zhao will have to lie down obediently immediately. Really? Qin Feiyang looked surprised. Ling Yunfei frowned and said, Are you doubting my words? No, you're good. Take care, young man. Qin Feiyang gave him a thumbs up and then went back to eating. Take care? Ling Yunfei was stunned. What did she mean? Ling. Suddenly, Zhao Shuanger shouted. Ling Yunfei's eyes suddenly trembled. When did this woman come? Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess couldn't help but laugh. The Emperor couple also couldn't help but laugh. Lu Ji had no intention of persuading him. The girl was even more direct, gloating. Ling Yunfei slowly turned around and looked at Zhao Shuanger behind him. His face suddenly turned pale. Zhao Shuanger's slender arm directly raised and pulled Ling Yunfei's ear. Wife, listen to me. Ling Yunfei hurriedly cried. Explain? Zhao Shuanger sneered and said, Aren't you very impressive? What's there to explain? Come, go crazy. Let's see if I'll lie on the ground or not. No, I'm just joking. Even if I ate a leopard's gall, I wouldn't dare to go crazy on you. Ouch. Let go of me. In front of my brothers, leave me some face, okay? Ling Yunfei wailed and begged for mercy. This was going to be big. Chapter 4, please vote. Chapter 2971. You want face, but I don't? Zhao Shuanger was like a mad tiger. She exerted more strength in her hand, and Ling Yunfei's ear was about to be pulled off. I'm sorry, my dear wife. When we go back, I'll kneel on the washboard. What do you think? Backbone? That was no longer important. Saving his life was more important. If this tigress was really angry, he would not have a good life in the future. You said kneel on the washboard? I didn't force you, Zhao Shuanger said. No, I'm willing. Ling Yunfei nodded repeatedly. Humph. Zhao Shuanger snorted coldly and let go of her evil claws. Looking at the Emperor and Lu Qiuyu, she bowed and said, Shuanger greets Uncle and Auntie. Grandpa Emperor, Grandma Emperor Empress. The girl also ran to the Emperor and his wife. Smelling the dishes on the table, she smiled and said, It smells so good. Have you eaten Yenner? Lu Qiuyu put down the bowl and chopsticks, rubbed the girl's head, and smiled. Yes, I have. The girl nodded, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Uncle Qin, do you still remember me? Qin Feiyang looked at the girl. I'm Yenner. We met when we were young in Iron Ox Town. You even gave me this bead. The girl took out a bead that shone with divine light. Soul anchoring divine bead? Qin Feiyang was stunned, then looked at the girl and said, You've grown so big. That's right. This girl was Ling Yunfei and Zhao Shuang'er's daughter. How old was she back then? A little girl, after more than 10 years, had grown into a slender and elegant young woman. You must be my aunt. The girl looked at the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess's cheeks blushed. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Aunt is really beautiful. Uncle Qin, you have to look after her carefully. Don't let others take her away. The girl giggled. You lass. Qin Feiyang gently knocked on the girl's head, then looked at Lu Ji and Zhao Shuang'er, and said with a smile, Auntie Shuang'er, go sit in the living room first. I'll come out in a moment. There's no rush. Take your time. We're not treating ourselves as outsiders here, Lu Ji said with a kind smile. That's how it should be. Be casual. Qin Feiyang laughed. Lu Ji and Zhao Shuang'er brought the girl to the living room. Bastard, you've killed me! As soon as the three of them left, Ling Yunfei glared at Qin Feiyang. Blame me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Who should I blame if not you? Ling Yunfei rubbed his red ears and grimaced. Serves you right. Qin Feiyang looked at Ling Yunfei with disdain and continued to eat. After a while, Qin Feiyang put down the bowl and chopsticks, stretched his body in satisfaction, and then got up and walked to the living room. Zhao Shuang had already made tea. Qin Feiyang sat next to Ling Yunfei, holding the teacup, took a sip, and looked at Lu Ji and said, Auntie is getting younger and younger now. Younger? Lu Ji shook her head and said with a smile, You're the only one who's nice to hear. That's right. Look, when you stand together with Shuang'er, people who don't know would think that you're her sister. Qin Feiyang said. Hee hee. Lu Ji smiled, shook her head, and said with a smile, Kid, when did your mouth become so sweet? Ha ha. Qin Feiyang smiled, looked at the family in front of him, and asked, Have you been well these years? What's good about us? We don't have to worry about food and clothing. But you're back so soon. Have you settled the matter of the ancient world? Zhao Shuang'er said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then you won't leave in the future? Ling Yunfei asked. This? Qin Feiyang hesitated, and said with a smile, We'll talk about it when the time comes. Ling Yunfei and Zhao Shuang'er looked at each other, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Although Qin Feiyang tried his best to hide it, as friends of Qin Feiyang for many years, they could clearly see the trace of sadness between Qin Feiyang's brows that was difficult to hide. It seemed that something bad had happened again. However, if Qin Feiyang didn't say it, they wouldn't force it. The girl played with the soul-calming pearl and said, Uncle Qin, your soul-calming pearl is very powerful. Is that so? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yes. The girl nodded and said, Once, I went out and met a few bad people who wanted to kill me for money. One of them even wanted to destroy my soul. In the end, the soul-calming pearl appeared and not only protected my soul, but also killed them all. That's natural. This soul-calming pearl is a supreme divine artifact. Although it doesn't have any lethality, just a wisp of divine power is not something that ordinary people can withstand. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Then Uncle Qin, you gave me the soul-calming pearl. What will you use to protect my soul? Why don't I return it to you? The girl said. Qin Feiyang was stunned, then looked at Ling Yunfei and his wife, and said with a smile, You girls are quite filial. Don't you know who taught you? This is a must. Ling Yunfei smiled proudly. Look at how proud you are. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the girl. Yenner, Uncle Qin doesn't need it anymore. Why? The girl was puzzled. Yenner, don't you understand? Your Uncle Qin is too strong. No one can hurt him. Zhao Shuang'er said with a smile. Really? The girl was surprised. Of course it's true. Your Uncle Qin is the strongest person in our great Qin. Zhao Shuang said. The girl put away the soul-calming pearl and looked at Qin Feiyang excitedly, and said eagerly, Uncle Qin, why don't you have a competition with me? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yenner, don't be rude. What did mother teach you? A girl should be educated and reasonable. Look at you now, you are like a violent maniac. Where is your decency? Zhao Shuang berated. Who said that a girl must be educated and reasonable? Besides, mother, aren't you the same? You bully father all the time. The girl mumbled. Ling Yunfei immediately said with snot and tears, Daughter, I didn't raise you for nothing. You have a conscience, and you know that I am bullied by your mother every day. Shut up! Zhao Shuang glared at him. Ling Yunfei shrunk his neck and became obedient again. It seemed that being afraid of his wife was already deeply rooted in him. The girl looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly and said, Uncle Qin, just compete with me. You're still talking? Zhao Shuang said angrily. It's fine, it's fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand at Zhao Shuang, looked at the girl and smiled. All right, Uncle Qin will compete with you. As long as you can stand under Uncle Qin's pressure for 3 breaths of time, Uncle Qin will give you another divine art. All right. The girl nodded. Lu Ji shook her head and laughed. Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Zhao Shuang said. Forget it, let her suffer a little. Qin Feiyang sized up the girl. She had the cultivation of the war emperor, not bad. Boom! At that moment, a strand of divine might appeared and pressed towards the girl. This was a strand of divine might, but even though it was only a strand, it was not something that the war emperor could withstand. Bang! There was no suspense. The girl immediately laid on the ground in a sorry state. Qin Feiyang quickly retracted his pressure, lowered his head to look at the girl, and laughed. How is it? Is this all of your strength? The girl stared blankly at Qin Feiyang. All of my strength. Qin Feiyang was startled, and laughed. Maybe only 1,000th of my strength. So strong! The girl was extremely shocked. She immediately got up and looked at Qin Feiyang with a face full of admiration, and said, Then Uncle Qin, please teach me how to cultivate. Me? Qin Feiyang was startled. Yes. The girl nodded. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, Didn't your mother and father teach you? How can they compare to you, Uncle Qin? The girl said. Cough, cough. Zhao Shuang and Ling Yunfei immediately coughed and stared at the girl. That's how it is, the girl muttered. Qin Feiyang looked at the girl and smiled faintly. Learning from me will be very difficult. I'm not afraid. The girl shook her head. You might even die, Qin Feiyang said again. So serious? The girl was startled. Qin Feiyang nodded. I'm not afraid either. The girl hesitated for a moment, and said firmly. Qin Feiyang laughed and said, All right, if there's a chance in the future, I'll bring you to a place, and I guarantee that you'll become stronger quickly. Thank you, Uncle Qin. The girl beamed with joy. Qin Feiyang rubbed the girl's head, looked at Ling Yunfei and asked, By the way, how did you know that I'm back? Brother Wolf told us, Ling Yunfei said. White-eyed wolf? Qin Feiyang was startled. And before dawn, it brought a group of berserk beasts and ran to Iron Ox Town, saying that you were back. Then we immediately rushed over. Ling Yunfei said. It really knows how to run. Qin Feiyang shook his head and asked, Then where are they now? Ling Yunfei shook his head and said, I don't know, they said that they were preparing to go to Forgotten Continent for a stroll. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, and said, Then Old Man Ren and the others should also know that I'm back. They're in Butterfly Valley, so of course they know. They should be here soon, Ling Yunfei said. At this moment, Mermaid Princess walked out and looked at Lu Ji with a smile. Hello, Auntie. Good, come and sit. Lu Ji nodded repeatedly, patted the chair beside her, and smiled. Mermaid Princess walked over. Lu Ji smiled and said, Child, did Feiyang bully you outside? If he bullies you, tell Auntie. Auntie will help you take care of him. No. Mermaid Princess shook her head. Zhao Shuang asked, Does your father know that you're back? I don't know yet, Mermaid Princess said. Then this time you're back, are you preparing to settle the marriage matter? Ling Yunfei said. It's time to settle it. The Emperor's voice came, and the Emperor strode over and said, We've all slept together. If we don't settle it, people will gossip. Tomorrow, I will personally go to the Sea of Despair and propose marriage to the Mermaid Emperor. What? Slept together? Ling Yunfei looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Cough, cough. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly and looked at the Emperor. Father, can't you be more reserved? What's wrong with that? The Emperor waved his hand indifferently and said, Back then, your mother and I, what happened back then? Lu Qiuyu's voice rang out. The Emperor's body stiffened, and he turned to look at Lu Qiuyu, who was walking over, and said with a smile, Nothing, nothing. Qin Feiyang looked at his father, then looked at his mother, and shook his head with emotion. This was another man who was afraid of his wife. Chapter 2972. Haha, this brat is indeed back. I can already feel his aura. Suddenly, accompanied by hoarse laughter, a group of people descended outside the pavilion. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other, hurriedly stood up, and walked out of the pavilion, their faces full of smiles. The people who came were Old Master Ren, Yan Nashan, and the others. Old Master, Uncle Yan, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Shui, and Yun, you're all here. Qin Feiyang laughed. Yan Nashan said, Since you're back, how can we not come and take a look? Then I'm quite popular. Qin Feiyang said. Shameless, who welcomes you? We're just here to see if you're missing an arm or a leg. Feng Ling'er looked at Qin Feiyang and said. Qin Feiyang looked at Feng Ling'er and said, Your mouth is too vicious, you deserve to be unable to get married. Scram! Feng Ling'er's face darkened. At the side, Ren Wushhuang and Luo Qingzhu could not help but cover their mouths and snicker. Let's talk inside. Lu Qiuyu laughed. Then we'll be disturbing you. Old Master Ren smiled slightly. Everyone entered the living room. Master! Suddenly, another excited cry rang out. Qin Feiyang was startled. He raised his head and saw three figures appear in the sky. It was Wang Xiaojie, Yan Wei, and Wang Yangfeng. Young Master! Yan Wei and Wang Yangfeng were also very excited. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and said, How have you been these 10 years? Good, good, good. The two of them nodded. Master, you're too mean. What did you say back then? Qin Chen had already returned, but when I returned, I didn't see him at all. Wang Xiaojie looked at Qin Feiyang in dissatisfaction. Qin Feiyang laughed. Isn't this for your own good? Then tell me honestly, did Qin Chen follow you to the ancient realm? Wang Xiaojie said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Where is he now? Wang Xiaojie asked. He is in seclusion in the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang smiled. Yesterday, everyone came out except for Qin Chen. As expected, you've gone too far. I'm your disciple, okay? Wang Xiaojie coldly snorted. Don't I want you to stay in the clan and take good care of your sister and mother? How are they now? Qin Feiyang said. Not bad. The child in my sister's stomach has also been born. It's a boy. Now that he's grown up, he's even taller than me. Wang Xiaojie laughed. You're an uncle now. You have to be more mature and stable. Do you understand? Qin Feiyang said. I know. Let me go to the Black Tortoise world to see Qin Chen. I haven't seen him in a long time. I miss him. Wang Xiaojie smiled. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. With a wave of his hand, he sent Wang Xiaojie to the Black Tortoise world. Then, he looked at Yan Wei and said with a smile, Have a seat inside. Soon. Fatso, Li Yan, Situ Feiyang, Li He, Gong Sun Bei, Yi Shu, the monkey-faced old man, the hook-nosed old man, and Pei Yi arrived one after another. Everyone was familiar with each other, so they greeted each other and started chatting. In the evening, a large group of people returned. Zhao Tailai and the others, White-Eyed Wolf and the other beasts, Qin Batian, Yizhong, Lu Jingyang, including Lu Jing, Lu Hong, Li Xiaofei and his sister, the few grandpas, everyone gathered at the Autumn Rain Inn. Wang Xiaojie and Qin Chen also came out of the Black Tortoise world. This time, the Autumn Rain Inn was lively. There were people both inside and outside the inn. Everyone gathered in twos and threes, laughing and talking, forming an extremely harmonious scene. At night, at the wine table, Pei held a wine glass and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, here's a toast to you." Qin Feiyang smiled and gently clinked his wine glass with Pei Yi's before downing it in one gulp. Then, he looked at Gong Sun Bei and said, "Brother Gong Sun, have you settled Pei Yi?" "Yes, he's now the hall master of the law enforcement hall of our main tower. However, in order to settle him, I really put in a lot of effort." Gong Sun Bei smiled. "Great!" Qin Feiyang nodded. Hearing the conversation between the two, Pei Yi immediately looked at Qin Feiyang in displeasure and said, "So it was you who came up with this stupid idea behind the scenes?" Qin Feiyang said, "You really can't blame me for this. You're just too outstanding." "Bullshit!" Pei Yi shook his head. "What about Sister Yuer?" the mermaid princess asked. "I haven't seen her all these years and she hasn't come back either. I wonder where she went." Gong Sun Bei shook his head. "I believe she'll be fine." Qin Feiyang smiled. "That's true. Now, who in the great Qin and forgotten continent dares to hurt her?" Gong Sun Bei smiled. Qin Feiyang picked up his wine glass and looked at everyone with a smile. "Every time I come back, everyone dares to visit me and ask about my well-being. I'm really grateful to all of you. I'm not fighting alone outside, and I'm not lonely at home. I thank all of you. You'll always be my family." Qin Feiyang bowed as he spoke. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Come on, let's toast to our unchanging friendship, affection, and kinship." Hearing this, everyone smiled, raised their glasses, and downed it in one gulp. Qin Feiyang poured another glass and looked at the 54 divine generals. "I'm especially grateful to all of you." "Your Highness, why?" Xia Yuan asked with a smile. "Whether it was in the great Qin or the ancient world, you've always followed our ancestors in battle. No matter how dangerous it was, you never left. It can be said that without all of you, our ancestors wouldn't exist today. Thank all of you. All of you are the protectors of the great Qin and the ancient world," Qin Feiyang said as he raised his head and drained the cup in one gulp. The divine generals looked at each other and smiled as they drank their wine. Qin Feiyang poured another glass and said with a smile, "These 3 glasses are to my brothers, Old Zhao, Old Tang, Chui Li, Willow Tree Yuan, the Golden Leopard, the Big Black Wolf, the 3 Black Leopard brothers, the Blood Qilin, the Thunder Leopard, and the White-Eyed Wolf. All of you followed me without fear of death. All of you have never left. All of you are Qin Feiyang's brothers. Really. Thank all of you. I'm really lucky to have all of you." After Qin Feiyang said that, he downed another glass. "You're a man. Don't be so emotional." The White-Eyed Wolf laughed. "Are you going to drink or not?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes, I have to drink." The White-Eyed Wolf nodded, grabbed a jar of wine, and started drinking. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He poured another glass and said, "As for this 4th glass, I want to toast the people around me." After that, Qin Feiyang looked at the mermaid princess. The mermaid princess was surprised. She asked, "Why are you toasting me?" "Thank you for your silent sacrifice, your silent protection, your silent companionship, and your understanding of me. For the rest of my life, I will take good care of you." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Is this the rhythm of a proposal?" The Blood Qilin was shocked. "It looks like it." The 3 Black Leopard brothers nodded. "Then hurry up. Boss, we're all waiting to see." A group of beasts suddenly began to jeer. Ling Yunfei pursed his lips and said, "They have already started to make babies. Is there still a need to propose? Make babies?" Everyone was stunned. "Yes. Don't you know? They were in the same room last night. Ling Yunfei chuckled. Really? The white-eyed wolf asked. Yes. Uncle said it himself. How can it be false? Ling Yunfei didn't mind too much. God has finally opened his eyes. Little Qin Zi is finally enlightened. The white-eyed wolf suddenly howled. Looking at this scene, everyone couldn't help but laugh. This wolf cub was so sad for Qin Feiyang. The mermaid princess's face was also red. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly. However, there was a trace of disappointment in one person's eyes. That person was Yi Shuer. Shuer, there are some things that you can't ask for. Yi Zhong noticed Yi Shuer's strange expression and smiled comfortingly. I know, Grandpa. Yi Shuer nodded and took a deep breath. She was relieved. As for Qin Feiyang, she only had a little bit of feelings for him. And after living in seclusion with old Master Yi for a long time, her personality was also relatively weak, so she was more open-minded. If you can't force it, don't force it, lest both parties be sad in the end. Qin Feiyang hugged the mermaid princess and said with a smile, Look, everyone is so supportive. Why don't we do as they wish? What do you mean by doing as we wish? This is your own business. Don't you want to do it? Feng Ling'er said. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and lowered his head to look at the mermaid princess. It's up to you, the mermaid princess whispered, her cheeks blushing. That's good. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Sea of Despair to propose marriage. Qin Feiyang laughed out loud. He raised his head and drank the wine in his cup. The white-eyed wolf said with a sneaky smile, Do you want us to go with you to cheer you on? Of course. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, Come, come, come. Tonight, we won't go home until we're drunk. After a night of revelry, the entire house of Autumn Rain was extremely lively. The next day. Morning. The mermaid princess woke up early and helped Lu Qiuyu prepare breakfast. Qin Feiyang slept until the mermaid princess woke him up. What time is it? Qin Feiyang asked. The sun is shining on your butt. The mermaid princess shook her head and smiled. Qin Feiyang got up and rubbed his forehead. My head hurts. I drank too much last night. If you don't know how to drink, then drink less. The mermaid princess was helpless. I'm happy. Qin Feiyang smiled and hugged the mermaid princess's slender waist. I'm a little nervous now. Nervous about what? The mermaid princess was suspicious. Proposing marriage. Look, I'm not afraid even when facing Long Zun. But now, when I think about proposing marriage, I can't help but feel nervous. Qin Feiyang said. My father won't eat you. What's there to be nervous about? The mermaid princess was speechless. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment and asked, Then, do you think he'll deliberately make things difficult for me? What do you think? The mermaid princess asked. I think so. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and nodded. Just like what you said, you're not even afraid of Long Zun. Why are you afraid of my father? Don't worry, you still have me. The mermaid princess smiled. You're so nice. Qin Feiyang chuckled and kissed the mermaid princess's cheek. Then, he quickly got up, put on his clothes, and ran downstairs. The mermaid princess touched her cheek and looked at Qin Feiyang's back. She revealed a happy smile and followed him downstairs. Chapter 2973. After breakfast. Qin Feiyang looked at the emperor and Lu Qiuyu and said, Father, Mother, when we reach the Sea of Despair, what should I do? You don't have to do anything. When the time comes, your mother and I will talk to you, the emperor said. That's good. Qin Feiyang laughed. What's wrong? Nervous? The emperor asked with a smile. Qin Feiyang nodded. Useless. The emperor shook his head in disdain and said, We have to be more formal when proposing marriage. Your mother and I will go and pack up first. All right. Qin Feiyang responded. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura appeared outside. Qin Feiyang hurriedly walked out and saw a group of people standing in the sky in an orderly manner, all dressed in black armor, looking extremely heroic. You guys? Qin Feiyang looked at these people in a daze. Your Highness, it's us, one of them said. When Qin Feiyang heard this voice, he smiled and said, Xia Yuan, what are you guys doing? I almost couldn't recognize you. Aren't you going to propose marriage? We're going to cheer for you. Look, we're not bad, right? Xia Yuan said. Cheer? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. You said last night that we should go and cheer for you, so we started preparing early in the morning. Xia Yuan nodded. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. I drank too much and forgot. Then do you think we can do this? Xia Yuan asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. 54 divine generals were going to cheer for him. This was a great honor. This kind of battle was also unprecedented in history. Swish! At this time, Qin Batian, Qin Yuan, Lu Xingyang, Emperor Hong, Emperor Qin, Elder Qin, Li Jian, Qin Xing and the others also appeared one after another. All of them were also dressed up. Ancestor, great-grandfather, grandfather, what are you guys doing? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Proposing marriage for you, Qin Batian said. You guys are going too? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Of course. You are the most promising descendant of the Qin clan. For your marriage, we must take care of it ourselves, Qin Batian said. There's no need for that. Xia Yuan and the others go. If all of you go there, you'll scare the mer people, Qin Feiyang said. What do you know? This is the highest etiquette. It also represents the importance we place on the mermaid race, understand? We haven't been back for so many years. We also want to visit the merfolk clan, Qin Batian stated. That. Qin Feiyang nodded. Putting everything else aside, the first-generation mermaid emperor, black-winged emperor, and white-winged emperor should show the best etiquette. What about master? Qin Feiyang asked. Qin Batian said with a smile. Their family went to play. Don't worry about them. Of course I'm not worried about them. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. What a joke. One was at the perfection undead stage, the other was at the half-step undead stage. Yi Shui, an old master, you were also weak. Who in the great Qin and forgotten continent could hurt them? Whoosh! At this time, Zhao Tailai and the others, White-Eyed Wolf and a group of beasts, Fatso, Ling Yunfei and the others also ran over. Are you done? Yes, let's go! White-Eyed Wolf roared, looking more anxious than Qin Feiyang. I'm the one proposing marriage. Why are you so anxious? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. I'm anxious for you. It wasn't easy for you to be enlightened. What if you accidentally become stupid again? White-Eyed Wolf despised. Qin Feiyang's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Zhao Tailai smiled and said, Brother Wolf is exasperated. Old Zhao knows me well. White-Eyed Wolf sighed. Get lost. Qin Feiyang glared at White-Eyed Wolf and looked inside. After a while, accompanied by steady footsteps, the Emperor and his wife came out. The Emperor was wearing a golden robe and a golden crown on his head. It wasn't a dragon crown or a dragon robe, but it still looked noble and gorgeous. Lu Qiuyu was the same. She was wearing a long dress embroidered with a divine phoenix, exuding a noble temperament. Let's go! The Emperor smiled slightly. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the space-time gate opened. A group of people walked in. Feiyang, isn't this too grand? Mermaid Princess looked at everyone and said suspiciously. Didn't the ancestors say that the grand ceremony represents their respect to the mermaid clan? Let's not bother about it. Let them be. As long as they're happy. Qin Feiyang smiled and pulled Mermaid Princess towards the space-time gate. Mermaid Princess pondered for a moment and said, No, this marriage proposal, should I go back first? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and shook his head. I don't know. Mermaid Princess said. Then, why don't you wait for a while and I go back first? There's no need to go through so much trouble. Look, father and the others didn't say anything. Forget it, let's not care about these red tape. As long as your father agrees to marry you to me, it's fine. Qin Feiyang smiled. Mermaid Princess nodded. The Sea of Despair. It was as cold as ever. Wisps of white cold mist floated on the surface of the sea. Clang! Suddenly, accompanied by an earth-shaking loud noise, the void above the sea immediately began to shake. What's going on? This loud noise immediately alarmed the mermaid clan. A group of mermaids with steel forks rushed out of the sea and looked at the sky in surprise. The next moment, a magnificent door opened in the sky. Quickly report to the Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged King, and White-Winged King that a mysterious stone door has appeared above our Sea of Despair. The leader of the mermaids roared. Yes. A mermaid immediately jumped into the sea and disappeared. Suddenly, a mermaid next to him looked at the stone door and said suspiciously, Boss, why does this stone door seem a little familiar? Familiar? The leader of the mermaids was stunned and looked at the stone door again. You don't say, it really is a little familiar. Before the group of mermaids could think about it, a terrifying aura emerged from the stone door. One by one, black-armored men walked out of the stone door like a well-trained army. Who are these people? This aura is even more terrifying than the Mermaid Emperor and the others. No. Even Ling Yunfei and the others can't compare with these people. The group of mermaids was very surprised. Ling Yunfei had been living in the spirit state and would visit the Sea of Despair during festivals, so the mermaid clan was very familiar with Ling Yunfei and Ling Yunfei's cultivation strength. But now, the aura these people exuded was many times more powerful than Ling Yunfei's. They were like gods descending to the mortal world, making them tremble uncontrollably. That's right. The first people to appear were Xia Yuan and the other 54 immortal generals. As masters of the initial imperishable realm, how could these mermaids withstand their aura? This was under their control. If they didn't control it and release their aura, these warriors, masters, and ancestral warriors would instantly explode and die. Boom! This matter. The Mermaid Emperor, Black-Winged King, and White-Winged King rushed out of the sea anxiously. When they saw Xia Yuan and the others, their expressions changed drastically. What's going on? Black-Winged King asked. I don't know. They all came out from that door. One of the mermaids said. What door? The three of them were surprised. It's the door behind them. A group of people pointed behind Xia Yuan and the others. The Mermaid Emperor and the others looked up and saw a stone door shining with divine light behind Xia Yuan and the others. That is, the three of them were stunned. What? The mermaids looked at the three of them in surprise. That seems to be the space-time door. The Mermaid Emperor exclaimed. The space-time door? Everyone was stunned. In the blink of an eye. At this moment, more figures walked out of the space-time door. The leader was the Emperor and Lu Qiuyu. Aren't they the Emperor and Empress of Great Qin? Seeing the couple appear, the mermaid clan was in an uproar. Black-Winged King looked at the Mermaid Emperor and asked, Old man, are they your in-laws? Yes. The Mermaid Emperor nodded. Black-Winged King was stunned. Then what are they doing? Why are they making such a big scene? I don't know. The Mermaid Emperor shook his head, his face full of doubts. Wait. Wasn't this space-time door Qin Feiyang's divine item? How could it be in the hands of the Emperor? Could it be that Qin Feiyang gave it to the Emperor when he left last time? The Mermaid Emperor was about to go up and greet them. But at this moment, his gaze suddenly shook as he looked at the person who came out of the space-time door. This person was Emperor Hong. Then, Emperor Qin appeared. Then, Li Jian, Old Qin, Qin Yuan, Qin Xing, and the others appeared one after another. The Mermaid Emperor was completely stunned. What the hell was going on? Even Emperor Hong, Emperor Qin, these peerless figures, came in person? Even Qin Yuan had come. Others might not know, but he knew that Qin Yuan was the person Qin Feiyang respected the most. And he was the guardian of this continent. It was difficult for others to see him, let alone come to his sea of despair. Did something big happen? The Mermaid Emperor was shocked and quickly flew up. But suddenly, he stopped again and looked at the two people who came out of the space-time door. His eyes were full of surprise. The two were Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang. Lu Xingyang was a stranger to him. It was during these years, when he visited the Lu family during the holidays, he saw Lu Xingyang's statue. But Qin Batian's statue was erected in the Mermaid clan's holy land. He could see it every day, so he was naturally familiar with it. And the person in front of him was exactly the same as the statue in the Holy Land. He was Qin Batian, the Emperor of Qin. Was this a dream? Wasn't the Emperor of Qin in the ancient world? When did he come back? The Emperor of Qin, these two words, that was the legend of the Great Qin. The founding Emperor of the Great Qin. And the master of the first Mermaid Emperor of the Mermaid clan, the Black-Winged Emperor, and the White-Winged Emperor followed. That was a man full of legends. Not only the Mermaid Emperor, the Black-Winged Emperor, the White-Winged Emperor, and even all the mermaids present were dumbfounded, staring at Qin Batian. They were all wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. It was simply unbelievable. Chapter 2974. At the same time, Qin Batian glanced at the sea of despair with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. In his nostalgia, there was a hint of sadness. Whoosh! After Qin Batian and Lu Xingyang appeared, Zhao Tailai, Ling Yunfei, and the others, as well as the white-eyed wolf and a group of beasts, appeared one after another. Wolf Cub? Blood Kirin? Golden Panther? Zhao Tailai? Looking at those familiar figures, the Mermaid Emperor's eyes trembled. Could it be, in the next moment, a man and a woman walked out of the space-time gate hand in hand? It's the princess! It's Prince Feiyang! The Mermaid clan was immediately in an uproar. The Mermaid Emperor, White-Winged King, and Black-Winged King also looked at the two in surprise. Father! The Mermaid Princess shouted and immediately let go of Qin Feiyang. In a flash, she landed in front of the Mermaid Emperor. Daughter, is it really you? The Mermaid Emperor looked at his daughter in front of him in disbelief. It's me. The Mermaid Princess nodded. That's great. The Mermaid Emperor grabbed the Mermaid Princess's hand and said, Look, it's only been 10 years, and you've become thinner. Really? The Mermaid Princess was stunned. Of course. Father, you're old, but your eyes are still sharp. How did Qin Feiyang take care of you? The Mermaid Emperor said angrily. Father, don't talk nonsense. Feiyang is very good to me. The Mermaid Princess lowered her head. A grown girl can't be kept at home. The Mermaid Emperor shook his head and looked at Qin Batian and the others. He asked suspiciously, What's going on? This? The Mermaid Princess blushed and hesitated before saying, Let Feiyang and the others tell you. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also put away the space-time gate and looked at the Mermaid Emperor with a trace of anxiety in his eyes. What are you afraid of? The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. He stared at the Mermaid Emperor and shouted, Father-in-law, we are here to propose marriage. Ugh! Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Emperor and the others were stunned. This was too direct. Couldn't they be more reserved? Marriage proposal? In the meantime, the Mermaid Emperor and the others looked at each other. You may leave! Qin Batian smiled. Immediately, 54 divine generals cleared the way and flew down in a grandiose manner. After going down, the 54 divine generals spread out in all directions. They stood on the surface of the sea and looked straight ahead. Qin Feiyang and the others stood in the center. The Emperor stepped forward and looked at the Mermaid Emperor. He cupped his hands and said, I hope I didn't startle you. I was really scared. The Mermaid Emperor smiled bitterly and bowed. Greetings, Your Majesty and Empress. You're welcome. The Emperor and his wife hurriedly waved their hands. Now that he was here to propose marriage, how could he put on airs? Your Majesty, Empress, these two. The Mermaid Emperor immediately looked at Qin Batian. Without waiting for the couple to speak, Qin Batian nodded and smiled. Yes, I am Qin Batian, and this is the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Xingyang. Greetings, Emperor Qin. Greetings, Lord Lu. The Mermaid Emperor trembled and hurriedly knelt on the surface of the sea and bowed. The black-winged monarch, the white-winged monarch, and the other mermaids also knelt. Don't. We're all family. Why are you being so polite? Qin Batian hurriedly helped the Mermaid Emperor up and looked at the black-winged monarch and the others. Quickly get up! The people of the Merfolk clan didn't expect that this legendary mythical figure would be so amiable, and they relaxed a lot. Uncle! Qin Feiyang also stepped forward and bowed under the Emperor and his wife's signal. The Mermaid Emperor was angry when he saw Qin Feiyang. He said angrily, You brat, if you want to propose marriage, so be it. Why do you have to make such a big fuss? I thought someone was going to attack the Mermaid clan. They were the ones who wanted to come here. Qin Feiyang scratched his head. The Mermaid Emperor looked at Xia Yuan and the other 54 people and asked, Who are they? They're all subordinates of the ancestor. Qin Feiyang said. I see, no wonder they're so scary. The Mermaid Emperor nodded and asked suspiciously, When did you guys come back? The day before yesterday. Qin Feiyang said. The Mermaid Emperor was speechless. You came back the day before yesterday, and now you're here to propose marriage. You're too impatient. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. The Mermaid Emperor shook his head and smiled. He looked at Qin Batian and the others and said, Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Let's go down and have a chat. Okay. Qin Batian nodded. The Mermaid Emperor immediately pulled the Mermaid Princess into the sea and flew to the bottom of the sea. You guys stay outside. Qin Batian looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and instructed them. Then, he led Qin Feiyang and the others into the underwater city. There's actually such a big city at the bottom of the sea? The big black wolf and the 3 black leopard brothers scanned the bottom of the sea with a look of surprise. What's this? There are still many treasures here, the white-eyed wolf said. What treasures? The big black wolf's eyes suddenly lit up. Don't worry, I'll take you guys for a stroll later. The white-eyed wolf smiled sinisterly. Okay. The big black wolf and the 3 black leopard brothers nodded repeatedly. At the same time, the Mermaid Emperor led the way and said with a smile, Emperor Qin, I really didn't expect that I would be able to see your true appearance in my lifetime. Qin Batian smiled and said, I'm not a big shot, so there's no need for that. If you're not a big shot, then who is? Let's talk about it later. If it weren't for you, our mermaid race would have long been extinct. You're not only the founding emperor of Great Qin, but also the benefactor of our mermaid race. The Mermaid Emperor said. Yes. The black-winged monarch and the white-winged monarch nodded in agreement. You're too polite. Qin Batian smiled slightly. Soon, the group of people entered the underwater city and immediately caused a huge uproar. Everyone looked at Qin Batian with eyes full of surprise and shock. Little Qin Zi, let's go for a stroll. The white-eyed wolf said and ran away with a group of beasts. Don't mess around. Qin Feiyang hurriedly shouted. It's okay. Let them play. It's just a small place. They can't cause any trouble. The Mermaid Emperor smiled and led everyone into a palace. He said respectfully, Emperor Qin, please take a seat. No, you're the master here. How can I steal the limelight? Qin Batian waved his hand. What do you mean by stealing the limelight? The entire Great Qin is yours, not to mention the Sea of Despair. If you're so polite, then you're treating us as outsiders. The Mermaid Emperor said. Qin Batian shook his head and laughed. Then it would be impolite for me to refuse. Of course. The Mermaid Emperor said. In the end, everyone else sat down, and only Qin Feiyang remained standing. This was the Emperor couple's intention. After all, they were here to propose marriage. Only by standing could they show their sincerity. Qin Batian swept his gaze over the surroundings before looking at the Mermaid Emperor. When we were in the ancient world, Fei Yang and the others already told me about the situation of the mermaid race. Thank you for your hard work, and thank you for always protecting the great Qin. Emperor Qin, you're too polite. This is what I should do. The mermaid emperor waved his hand. After chatting for a while, Qin Batian smiled and said, Then let's get back to business. This time, I'm here to see the mermaid race and also for these two children. Qin Feiyang glanced at Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. Then he looked at the mermaid emperor and continued, These two children have been in love with each other since they were young. It's time to settle their matter. Hearing this, the mermaid emperor also glanced at Qin Feiyang and the mermaid princess. He smiled and said, To be honest, when they came back last time, I wanted them to settle this matter. Speaking of this, the mermaid emperor sighed again and said, But as you know, the young people nowadays are different from us, the older generation. We can't control their thoughts, so we've been dragging it out. Yes. Qin Batian nodded. Lu Qiuyu smiled and said, So you won't object? Why would I object? Fei Yang is such an outstanding child. It's my daughter's fortune to be able to marry him. Let's talk about it later. Initially, the Mermaid clan and your Qin clan share a deep relationship. Their union is destined by the heavens. Moreover, with my daughter's temper, what use is there for me to object? The Mermaid Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. Mermaid Princess and Qin Feiyang looked at each other and smiled. It was going smoothly beyond their imagination. Qin Batian and the Emperor couple were also overjoyed. To be honest, I watched Feiyang grow up. Whether it's a person or a way of doing things, he's good. What I admire the most is that he's responsible. I believe that my daughter will be happy with him. The Mermaid Emperor smiled. If that's the case, then let's choose a date for their wedding. Qin Batian said. The Mermaid Emperor said, It's all up to you, Your Majesty. How can I make the decision? Qin Batian shook his head and looked at the Mermaid Emperor and the Emperor couple. He smiled and said, You are their parents. This is for you to decide. As for me, I'll just wait for the wedding banquet. We definitely won't forget you. Lu Qiuyu smiled and said, Then you guys discuss. I'll go to the Holy Land to take a look. Qin Batian got up and smiled. The Mermaid Emperor hurriedly said, Then I'll get someone to bring you there. No need. Qin Batian waved his hand and smiled. I'm quite familiar with this place. I'll go take a look too. Lu Xingyang got up and said, Let's leave too. Ling Yunfei said. At that moment, everyone left the hall one after another. The Black-Winged King and the White-Winged King also left. Soon, only the Mermaid Emperor, the Emperor couple, Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess were left. The Mermaid Emperor looked at Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess and said with a smile, You guys have a seat too. Qin Feiyang looked at the Emperor couple. Why are you looking at us? Your father-in-law has already spoken. How dare we not let you sit? The Emperor joked. Qin Feiyang scratched his head and pulled the Mermaid Princess to sit together. Right. The Mermaid Emperor suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess, he asked, Why don't I see the ancestors? The ancestors he mentioned were naturally the first Mermaid Emperor, the Black-Winged King, and the White-Winged King. The Mermaid Princess immediately looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's heart couldn't help but tremble. That's right. Since we came back, we haven't seen them. You guys didn't seem to have mentioned them either? The Emperor couple also looked at Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingyang suspiciously. Chapter 2975. Seeing that the Emperor and his wife were also curious, the Mermaid Princess transmitted her voice. What should we do? Qin Feiyang thought for a while, looked at the three of them, and said, They are still in the ancient world. Why are they still in the ancient world? The three of them were puzzled. The battle has just ended, so they need to take charge of this situation and maintain order in the ancient world. Qin Feiyang smiled. I see. The three of them nodded in realization. You don't have to worry. Now that the ancient world is peaceful, there won't be any danger. Besides, with their strength, no one will be able to injure them. Qin Feiyang said. That's good. The Mermaid Emperor nodded and said with a smile, If that's the case, then wait for them to come back before you get married. Wait for them to come back? Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess were stunned. Yes. We're a family. We have to be complete, right? The Mermaid Emperor chuckled. No need. Because before we left, the three old ancestors said that we don't have to wait for them. The Mermaid Princess said. Why? The Mermaid Emperor was puzzled. Father, you don't know how big the ancient world is. The battle with the dragons almost affected the entire ancient world. It will take at least a few thousand years to completely calm down. Therefore, the three old ancestors will take at least a few thousand years to come back. Actually, Feiyang and I don't mind waiting for a few thousand years, but you guys. The Mermaid Princess looked at the three of them. A few thousand years. The Emperor was stunned and shook his head. How can we do that? I want to have a grandchild now. In law, why don't we not wait then? Of course. We respect your opinion. If you want to wait, we will wait. Lu Qiuyu looked at the Mermaid Emperor and smiled. A few thousand years. The Mermaid Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. How could he afford to wait? He was also waiting to hold his grandchild. The Mermaid Princess said, Why don't we wait then? A few thousand years will pass soon anyway. It will be over soon? The Mermaid Emperor looked at the Mermaid Princess, speechless. To a mortal, this was something that had happened in dozens of lifetimes. The Mermaid Emperor waved his hand and said, No need, no need. After a few thousand years, I might have already died. Father, what are you saying? You will definitely live a long life. The Mermaid Princess said angrily. Yes, yes, yes. The Mermaid Emperor nodded and said with a smile, Then hurry up and give birth to a fat little boy for me to play with. What? Play? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Mermaid Emperor was taken aback. He hurriedly explained, That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that if I had a grandson, I could play with him while I still have the strength. You're saying this again. The Mermaid Princess shook her head. The Mermaid Emperor said, What's wrong with that? I'm already old. Actually, that wasn't the case. After Qin Feiyang left behind the crystal vein and spirit vein here, the cultivation environment here was no longer the same as before. The Mermaid Emperor's cultivation base had also improved by leaps and bounds. As his cultivation base improved, his lifespan would also be extended without limit. In fact, it was just one sentence. He wanted to have a grandson. Next, Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess also went out, leaving the three of them to slowly discuss. Thank you? On the street, Qin Feiyang held the Mermaid Princess's hand and said in a low voice, Thank me for what? The Mermaid Princess looked at him suspiciously. Thank you for lying for me, Qin Feiyang said. I'm not doing it for you. I'm also doing it for Father and the others. I don't want them to worry, the Mermaid Princess said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said to himself, I have to tell the ancestors and the white-eyed wolf about this. Don't let it slip. And the Mermaid Princess nodded. Your Highness Feiyang. Along the way, they met many mermaids who greeted the two of them warmly. At noon, everyone also stayed at the mermaid clan to enjoy a meal of delicacies. These so-called delicacies were rarely seen outside, but in the mermaid clan, they were equivalent to radishes and cabbages outside. After enjoying a good meal, the Emperor and his wife proposed to leave. And they had already set the date of the wedding. It would be 3 days later. In other words, in 3 days, the Mermaid Princess would officially become Qin Feiyang's wife. This was what Qin Feiyang was looking forward to, and also what the Mermaid Princess was looking forward to. Of course, the happiest person was actually Qin Yuan, because he had watched Qin Feiyang grow up. He had always treated Qin Feiyang as his own grandson. As a grandfather, How could he not be happy to see his grandson get married and have children? After saying goodbye, everyone left the Sea of Despair. The Mermaid Princess stayed in the Sea of Despair. After all, this was the rule. How could an unmarried girl always stay in the man's house? This was inappropriate. On the surface of the sea, Qin Feiyang and the Mermaid Princess stood face to face. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Wait for me to marry you." The Mermaid Princess nodded, her face full of happiness. "Then I'll go back first. Don't miss me too much these few days." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Who would miss you?" The Mermaid Princess's face was red. Looking at the Mermaid Princess's ripe apple-like cheeks, Qin Feiyang's heart immediately surged uncontrollably. "You're so beautiful." He leaned close to the Mermaid Princess, smelled her body fragrance, and couldn't help but kiss her. Butterfly Valley. When Qin Feiyang bid farewell to the Mermaid Princess and rushed here, only Ling Yunfei and Fatso were left. The others had already been released back to Great Qin. "What are you still doing here?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "Waiting for you," Ling Yunfei said. Fatso said with a sneaky smile. "Boss, when we just left the Sea of Despair, I stole a glance at you guys." "You guys even kissed?" The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched, and said, "We're open and aboveboard. Why would we be afraid of you looking?" "Of course we're not afraid. I just want to say, do you want me to impart some experience to you?" Fatso laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang's face instantly darkened. "Boss, to be honest, I'm not as good as you in cultivation, but in this aspect, I'm still very experienced," Fatso said. "Get lost." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, looked at the two of them, and asked, "Why are you guys waiting for me here?" "We just want to ask you, is it time for Qin Li's training to end?" Ling Yunfei said. "Qin Li," Qin Feiyang muttered. Of course, he remembered this person. It was one of his younger brothers. Back then, Qin Li had bad intentions. In a fit of anger, he expelled him from the imperial capital, asked Li Jian to send him to the 9 provinces, and ordered him not to return to the imperial capital within 5 years. "Where is he now?" Qin Feiyang asked. Ling Yunfei said, "In the inner hall." "Didn't I say that he can't return to the imperial capital within 5 years? It's been more than 10 years now. Why doesn't he go back by himself?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "We also talked to him. He said that he can't go back before you get your forgiveness." Ling Yunfei shook his head. "My forgiveness?" Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said with a smile, "Is my forgiveness that important?" "Of course. For your younger brothers and sisters, you are a god in their hearts," Ling Yunfei said. Qin Feiyang said, "So, he hasn't gone back for more than 10 years?" "Yes. It's all uncle and aunt who came to see him in person." Ling Yunfei nodded. "Then how is he now?" Qin Feiyang asked. "The hardships over the years have played a big role in him," Ling Yunfei said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "Okay, you go and bring him here. I have to test him." "Test?" Ling Yunfei and Fatso were stunned. "I have to know whether he is sincerely repentant or pretending. After all, some people are very good at pretending," Qin Feiyang said. "Then how are you going to test him?" The two were suspicious. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and whispered a few words in their ears. Hearing this, the two were slightly stunned, and then couldn't help but shake their heads. "You!" After saying that, he opened the portal and left. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and then the portal landed in front of a row of courtyards, and quietly waited for Qin Li. These courtyards were naturally where Yan Nanshan and the others lived. But now, everyone was in the imperial palace, so now there was no one here. More than 10 years passed. Except for everything becoming more ancient than before, there were not many changes. Time passed by breath. About a few hundred breaths. Whoosh! A young man appeared in the sky above the Butterfly Valley, looking quite nervous. He was Qin Li. But Ling Yunfei and Fatso did not appear. After so many years, Qin Li's temperament was completely different from before. In the past, only arrogance could be seen in him. But now, it had been restrained and replaced by calmness. Qin Feiyang naturally sensed Qin Li's aura immediately and looked up at him. From the temperament that Qin Li was showing now, there was indeed a big change. But he just didn't know if this was the real side. Qin Li glanced at the Butterfly Valley, and a trace of suspicion gradually crept into his nervous expression. Where was he? Wasn't he in the Butterfly Valley? Why didn't he see him? I'm here, Qin Feiyang said. Qin Li immediately looked in the direction of the voice, and when he saw Qin Feiyang standing in front of the courtyard, his pupils suddenly shrank. It was a trace of instinctive fear. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile, "Do you want me, a cripple, to keep looking up at you while talking?" A cripple? Qin Li was slightly stunned, and landed in front of Qin Feiyang in surprise, and then sized up Qin Feiyang. "Where are Ling Yunfei and Fatso?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Qin Li said, "They have to go to the Iron Ox town for something, and said they will only return at night." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "How have you been these years?" "Not bad." Qin Li nodded and frowned. "What about your cultivation?" "These years in the battle in the ancient world, although I won in the end, because of serious injuries, I lost all my cultivation, and even my soul was damaged." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Lost all my cultivation." Qin Li's gaze trembled slightly. "What? Looking at me now, do you want to kill me to wash away your shame?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Qin Li looked slightly flustered. To be honest, at this moment he did have such a thought. However, looking at the current Qin Feiyang, he couldn't help but admire and sympathize with him. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.